Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, December the 28th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, William. You guys can see me, or at least see my screen and hear me. So, hope everybody had a great holiday. I know I took one extra day off yesterday. It was wonderful. I didn't even look at the market once. I do see that the market was ripping yesterday. Dow was up 350, Nas up 217, etc. So, obviously it was lively action. So today, let's take a look at what's happening today. So I see crypto. Most of the crypto plays are down. That's number one that I can see. I can see the usual suspects, the Maras, the Huts, the Hives, the Riots, etc. What is moving higher is this RELI. RELI. Don't see any specific news on it. I guess I had a big day yesterday too. I don't know what the news was yesterday, but having a nice continuation day. I saw some talk about what the all-time highs were. Certainly back here, back in, I guess in January 2020. Looks like it hit about 85. BVXV. A little gap up. Kind of a big area. You know, look right there, 295 was the high yesterday. Don't see any specific, actually I guess there is some news. Sorry, I've got some old headlines I'm looking at. Don't see any specific news for today. Of course, we had one disaster today. Which one is that? That is the KNSA. KNSA. I think it's cut in half. KNSA. I'm sorry, this is not cut in half. I'm thinking of another one. I've got the wrong symbol in here. What am I trying to see here? I'm definitely looking KNSA. Well, maybe I do have the right symbol. I thought it was down a lot more. Negative data. Candy was ripping. I agree with you, William. This one to me looks like something you got a short. This is up. Their subsidiary, I don't know, started some production of their lithium batteries. That is the press release for Candy today. Thanks, Bob, regarding the RELI. I see that this BBIO just got trashed yesterday. This is the one this is the one I was thinking of. It got cut in half yesterday, or even more so. It's rallying a little bit today. Of note, noticing that Goldman, Leerink, and Wainwright all putting price targets at 24 on this one, BBI. And this is today. This is not yesterday. I think this is today they're coming out with that. So I am not muted. Must be you. MBOT. This was up yesterday. This is gapping down a little bit today. Again, I don't know why you were in the room yesterday. There must have been a reason for this big pop for MBOT yesterday. It's giving up quite a bit, actually. There's the 200-day moving average at 7. AEY, only bring this up. It's a little one. It's an earnings play. Very few earnings plays, of course, this week. Big pop after hours. You can see December 27th post-market. So there was the reaction. It's a low float though, 7.7 million in the float. So did get up to 241 after hours yesterday. There's the 200-day moving average. And LVO is up on an acquisition. They're not being acquired. They've acquired some some company called Trader to Be for a licensing platform. So LVO. I'm hearing what's happening with Bitcoin, guys. I'm hearing Riot and Mara ringing in my ear here. See, BITO is down. Alerts do work in the pre-market, yes, Terry. You have to have, for instance, well, first, you're talking about an alert. You're not talking about top list. Obvious, I shouldn't say obviously, but I mean, for you to see things like this, you know, I've got a pre-market high as an example. Okay, we have some, there's an alert for a pre-market high, and these are alerts for pre-market lows. All right, your candy short is looking not bad now. It looks like we have a rejection. Well, I guess it did pop over 4. A little bit of a rejection now of 4. Just looking at the SPY, it looks like we're going to have a modestly positive open this morning, to start anyway. Well, that's what an open means. SPRB, here's another one I forgot to mention, SPRB. Don't see any specific news. Had an active day yesterday, I can see that. I don't see any specific news for it today. Boy, Mara's getting creamed here. MARA, I'm hearing it. Mara and Riot. The BFRI is also taking a bit of a hit here this morning. BFRI. When I was watching this, I was wondering if they had announced a financing or something, but nope. Just I don't know if it's profit taking or what's going on. Again, I had a choppy day. Last 2 days were kind of choppy. Okay, so Reli's got this crazy low float, 1.1 million in the float. So obviously going to be super active today. It's already up 36%. The next high looking left is 827. That was 4 days ago. And again, I don't see any specific news. As somebody pointed out, this was perhaps a meme stock from yesterday. I guess they did do a private placement on the 23rd, $20 million private placement on the 23rd. Now, by the way, Terry, when you said do alerts, are you talking about price alerts or just our general alerts? Price alerts work in the pre-market also. So just to clarify. All right, you guys are talking about APPS. Say William went long that one a little while ago. Some news with, whoa, nice one. Excellent. A strategic partnership with Google. I know you mentioned something with Google. And what would Google have to do with digital turbines? Oh, software publishers, okay. Anyway, guys, I'm still ticked off. You know we don't get a holiday next week? There's no market holiday next week because of some stupid rule. I miss you too, Ori. All right, it is now 9:10. Let me just do a quick check to see whether or not we've got some. Sure, we have hardly any, but upgrades and downgrades from briefing.com. I'm sure there are hardly any. And the answer is 2 downgrades. Let's take a look. No upgrades. And that INNV is a downgrade from Goldman. Let's take a look at, is that having any effect at all? INNV downgrade from Goldman. I always wonder, I would say this I know, but why would Goldman care about a little stock like this? Downgraded to neutral with a price target of 4. Thank you. Okay. Aha! Oh, no more aha. I saw this ALLK. I remember this from last week. Got thumped to core, still hanging around that 10 level. Had an alert on that spike high, but that must, I don't know if it's just an outlier. It got up to about 1060, but it's pulled right back down, so I probably discount that. And I still have SOPA. I have SOPA on my thumbnails charts. Let me see what's happening with SOPA. Not much. Of course, last week this was such a. So it even yesterday, man, oh man. Oh no, sorry, that's Thursday. I'm sorry, that is. I guess that's Thursday. That's yesterday's action. Not really any action. You're out of the candy. I would have kept in it for a while, but ISIG. Yeah, that is a big pop. How much volume? Good volume. Pretty good volume. Again, this is the crazy low float. See if there's any news. Probably not. Here's another one of those LGVN, another one popping. I don't know if it's to do with ISIG. I don't think so, but has a very similar looking candle, unless, let me just do a quick check. No, so they're not in the same sector at all. But LGVN doing the same thing. Yeah, so Terry, yeah, so you can, our pre-market high alert works exactly like that. When it hits the high, it's a real-time alert. So like right here, LGVN made a new high at 1385. So right there is, so if it goes over whatever this number is here, 1390, you'll get another alert. I have a question about pre-market alerts. So you just have to use the pre-market high alert. And it works exactly the way you want it to. All right, just looking again to see if there's any news for this LGVN. Do not see anything. Again, other than the fact, of course, it's another one of these low floats. Candy, candy, candy. KNDI continues down. That news to me looked pretty not suspicious. I'm not saying it's not true, but it was almost to me like a so what. And it's not a low float, 62 million. So it's interesting that it did pop so much on that news. Wow, ISIG, yeah, no kidding. Let me just see again if there's anything popping in here, or is just just the fact that it's such a low float, and for whatever reason, traders decide to get a hold of it again today. You can see what it did the last few days, hardly anything. All right, watching this RELI, the longer it holds this 7 level, see if it does hold this 7 level. Again, it's a very, very low float. Again, the high of a few days ago, 4 days ago, was 827. So it does have room to keep moving if it wants to. Yeah, that's what I should have said. Oh, yeah, you're right. BVXV, some former GSK, Glaxo CFO joined the board. That is the reason for BVXV's pop this morning. All right, let's take a look at the sector, see what's happening this morning. So again, we have a modest open in store. Let's take a look at the individual sector, see what's happening. Okay, so I see energy. So these are the major sectors. 100% of all the energy stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. So that's what that 100% means. Financials kind of 50-50. Kind of not weak, but it's only 50-50. Consumer staples about 50-50. So really, when you look at it, actually, it's only, we've got the tech stocks, tech 80%, and energy stocks 100%. So these are, as we speak, the two leading sectors this morning. Again, an hour into the market, and various times during the day when we check this can all change. Meanwhile, LGVN, guys, LGVN is rippage here. Let's take a look. So, of course, it's above yesterday's high. 1632 was the high. I guess that would be Thursday. Am I interested in KNSA? Only in that, it's obviously caught our attention because of the pretty big volume. It's down 11%. This is it's interesting because it's phase 3. Phase 3 study failed. This is basically a virus play. And I would have thought it would have got thumped a lot more, but it hasn't. As William, I think he did a sort of a back of the net cocktail napkin deal, and he came up with some kind of evaluation for it. They must have other things going for it, because if it's phase 3 and it failed, and that was all they had going for it, you would think this would be cut in half or worse. Okay, I'm just watching some of the things. I've got thumbnail to see if they're kind of holding or they're just fading badly. I just have this sense that Candy is going to really kind of give it up. Crypto's getting clobbered here, guys. Looking at a lot of these, well, not clobbered necessarily. I don't know what Bitcoin's at right now, but I'm seeing so many of these gap downs. 3 of 5 of them are all Bitcoin plays. Riot, in fact, sorry, 4 of 6. LGVN, guys, man, oh man. So we've got a couple of runners right now. ISIG and LGVN. Couple of runners already. And again, all about the float. 2.6 million in the float. You're going to look for news on it. I don't see any news. Not specific today anyway. Again, could be the memers that got a hold of this. What happened to GME yesterday? Yeah, nothing. How about AMC? All right, ALLK. Just want to see if that topping tail really meant anything. Yeah, I don't think it did. There's a big topping tail for ALLK. Don't know if this was a true sale or action up here. I don't know. That might have been just a flash up and down. ISIG. John, ISIG. You just see they look almost the same. Whoops. You can see they almost look the same in terms of this candle here. And then when you look at LGVN, There's that candle there. The only difference is this sort of bit of a follow through, but that's a big sell off right now. There's a high 1442. Well, first of all, I don't make any recommendations like that, okay, about do I think something is ready for shorting or should you go long or anything like that. The thing about MBOT, I don't know what happened yesterday. You guys, if you're in the room, obviously I had some really good news. I mean, it was a huge pop. I mean, because it closed on, looks like that's Thursday at 540. Almost, not quite doubled, got up to 955. Sold off a little bit, but not huge. But now, so I don't know if today is just a matter of profit taking. There's a 200-day moving average sitting underneath it, 716. So again, you just have to wait for the market to open. This is, by the way, this is not shortable for me anyway at Interactive Brokers. You know, I forgot to mention that when AHPI, something to do with masks, AHPI, it's on my list. AHPI, another low float. What did it get up to? Got up to almost 7. It's pulling back though quite a bit. So again, Bull, when you put a question mark, what is that supposed to mean? Again, in this room anyway, certainly not from me. You're not going to get anything that's going to say, yes, you should buy this now or sell this now. I mean, when you look at a stock like an ISIG as an example, you know, you have to factor in the fact that I think it's like a crazy low flow. I mean, our provider has less than $1 million and maybe more than that, but whatever it is, it's going to be very low. So, you know, you've got to be really, really careful about taking something like this. I mean, it looks wonderful when you're in it and it goes up to 35. Not so much if you got in at 35 and it closes at 23, you know, so you've really got to be careful. Ah, okay. That's okay. Welcome, by the way, if you're new to the room, welcome, Bull. Here's another one, flyer in the market or pre-market, SPRB starting to fade. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Thank you, William. 1 minute to the open, yes. Well, this is a full trading week. Markets can open. Even on Friday, it's open for the full day. Oh, we don't get a holiday next week. Stupid, ridiculous rule. So anyway, typically I do not trade in the first 15. I try to let things settle down just a little bit. All right, we are now open. So let's see what's happening. So BBIO is still in recovery mode, and bunch of price targets put on by 3 different firms this morning: Goldman, Leerink, and Wainwright at 20. I think all of them at $24. Obviously, they got just hammered yesterday. They must have had some horrible data. And we have a halt. ISIG just got halted. And this got halted on the way up. All right, LVO. Again, some acquisition news for LVO. A lot of volume, huge volume for it. But again, this is all early. All right, KNSA. KNSA is trying to move a little bit here. Must be something else going on. I mean, when you have a phase 3 study failing, missing its main endpoint, typically you see a company like this just getting absolutely trashed because of that, but hey. Okay, here's one that's starting to move, guys. BTCY. Biotricity. However, coming into what I consider probably a lot of resistance, not that far away. Should be, but it wasn't a catastrophe for some reason. All right, let's take a look at ISIG. Let's see what it may open at. No real clue right now. I mean, I see 1760, 1780 right here. It's halted at 1760. So if this is a 5-minute halt, it will open at 9:35 plus 43 seconds. So a couple of minutes if it is a 5-minute halt. My instincts was I didn't do it. The candy to short this one on a four fail. I didn't do it, unfortunately. I just thought that press release was, okay, almost a so what press release. I mean, it got everybody excited right here, but. I mean, this could go positive for gosh sakes. KNSA. BBIO is definitely moving, and it has to be all those upgrades, price targets of 24 by 3 different firms this morning. BBIO. Anthony, good morning. Just give me a moment, please. All right, guys, this should open in about 5 seconds if it's going to be a 5-minute halt. 1, 2, 3, open. There we go. ISIG. And wow, look at this. Oh my goodness. 20. I got no news, just circulating. Yeah, I see a Reddit post. This is what I think Casa or somebody posted. Potential short squeeze. And of course, this hit $35 not that long ago. This was or around 35 anyway, or even over 35 on the 9th of this month. All right, let's take a look at the ISIG. Yeah, that's why you got to be pretty careful. Let's see, it pulled back from almost $2, 20, but $1.60 or so from the high. I think the key will be is if it can take out 20 again. The next high looking left is 24, other than today's high. So it takes out 20 again. It could get traders interested. So I'm going to stick an alert around 2020. See if it takes it out. Yeah, just like that, guys. Look at that. Just took it out. Briefly. And again. Briefly. Boy, the spread, you got to watch, you got to be very careful, guys, okay? Spread is all over the place. And this one just got halted. BTCY just talked about this right here. And it just got halted. All right, the ISIG still flirting with that 20, up and down, right off that 20 mark. All right, could we see any news on this one? Okay, so there was some news. Expands the distribution. This is for the BTCY. I mean, they did pump out some news. Expands the distribution of a new BioHeart device on Amazon.com. So that's what you do. You put out a press release. You put Amazon or Google, something like that, in it. So this is causing this one to have a big pop. All right, just watching that ISIG to see if it takes out 20 again. It just starts to really run from that. Now this is not a super low float, 37 million in the float. This is for the BTCY, not a super low float. 2-year high. I don't know, Walt, it depends on, when you say on your screen, you mean your alerts? Depends on what, I can't, it's hard for me to answer that. Well, You know, I mean, here's a Momo scanner right there. I mean, it's got BTCY. You know, it's impossible. I can answer it this way. Whatever filters you've got in your scanners are preventing it from happening. Oh man, this ISIG, guys, it's really, really now. Let's see, can it hold 20 this time? All right, maybe one more kick at it, trying to get over this 20 level. Boy, it is whippy, boy. Very whippy. Look at SOPA, another one of the ones from last week and the week before, and probably the week before that. Look at SOPA. SOPA's on the move also. Look at the volume coming in, another relatively low float. Meanwhile, RELI is fading. Oops, type it incorrectly. I'll get this symbol. RELI is fading. Now here's another one popping, guys. But C-Pop, Pop Culture Group. C-Pop, another low float situation. 11 million in the float. China stock. C-Pop is popping here. Let's take a look left. The next high is 211 on a daily chart. To me, there looks like there's pretty decent resistance right around that from 211 to 220. Another low float. BTCY just opened. BTCY just opened. Not a big gap up. Okay, so this is interesting. So not a big gap up, but now starting to move. Keeping an eye on the ISIG to see how well it holds at 20 level. There it goes, guys. There goes ISIG again. Jeez, what a crazy one so far. You know what then? Why don't you get another brokerage platform if it's such a joke? Okay? You seem to say that every single day. Get another one then. Another one, IBRX, yeah, IBRX 774. Oh, absolutely. That's why I keep saying, you're going to take these super low float situations. You've got to be awfully careful. You can't wander away from your computer. You know what I was maybe hoping that this BTCY would get back up to this 520. This one got halted. This is typically where I could take a halted, or play a halt. You know, it got halted at 522. It dropped a little bit, but it's dropped quite a bit now. But then if it popped over 522, the original halt price, that can be a really interesting area to take it. So I am going to, just in case it does it, I'm going to stick an alert at 524. Doesn't look like it's going to though. But just in case. Yeah, AEY is one of the very, very few earnings plays. Released earnings after hours yesterday. Actually got as high as 241. Another low float. The 200-day moving average is not that far away. It did take it out after hours yesterday, briefly. All right, KNSA is still looks like it wants a challenge. Sorry, it looks like KNSA looks like it wants to challenge the whole number of 12. Oh, should have. My instincts were right on. I just didn't do it. KNDI is just giving it up completely. Now, IBRX, any news on that one? Next high looking left is around 8, looks like 783. So it's right at that high. That happened on the 1st of this month, and then in November, right at the end. So it's got a little bit of work maybe to get through that 8 level. All right, guys. Crazy action for the ISIG. I'd be watching that KNSA for a 12 break. As I say, this could go, it wouldn't surprise me if this actually went positive. Yeah, I'm going to stick an alert just over 12 for KNSA, see if it... Boy, the IBRX is, again, I may be completely wrong on this in terms of the resistance around 8. Goods! You must be taking the week off. Oh man, guys, so this just took out the high now 21, the high, ISIG. When I say the high, I'm talking about the daily high. Next high looking left is 23.93, so still has room, $4. Not saying it's going to get there, of course, but of course, looking for the 10-day daily breakdowns. Nothing happening in my option scanner yet. So I see the AI has triggered a short on APPS. It's 66.90, 66.10 right now. I did see PTPI in the pre-market. Another low float. A lot of volume coming in, you're right. The next high looking left, that would have been yesterday, is $4. So, if it can get through 4, I'm going to stick an alert just over 4. First of all, to see if it can break out over 4. And then see if it can challenge that high of yesterday. If it can and start to run, then it's got room to get to that 5 level. Not saying it's going to get there, I'm just saying, when you look at a chart, that's what I see anyway. So this one, is this shortable for me? It's not shortable for me, PYR. So this had a crazy day yesterday, man oh man. All the way to 571, tore through the 200-day moving average, but closed way down here. And now it's starting to fade, PYR. Just no shorts for me at Interactive Brokers. Well, that's a nice one from Zach's topping play, CPOP, if you have that. Short was at 213. This was shortable for me. I didn't take it. I'm just recognize. I'm just seeing it actually right now. Well, your CPOP cooked, Zach. I'm seeing at 9. At 213, you know what? I've got an old version of yours because I know I had a 30-minute delay on it, but that so I must have an older one. For me, that I put a 30-minute delay. But anyway, CPOP at 9:43, 213 was the alert to short. Shouldn't call it the alert, the idea to short it. I was thinking about these also while I was on my little break. And I was thinking that sometimes what I've seen is that, of course, you get an alert multiple times. For instance, CPOP, the alert came at 213. If it had gone up to 218 and then 220, we've got multiple alerts. I'm wondering if maybe, to be on the safe side, is to maybe wait for the second one. Now, it may not happen. Of course, it may not happen, and then you miss out. But maybe to be on the safe side, wait for the second alert if it happens. In other words, we're maybe a little bit early the first time we get an alert on it. If that makes sense. Boy, that ISIG, holy smokes, that's a tough one, guys. That has been all over the place. Only thing I'm going to do with that one is later on, and I mean really later on, if it takes out that high, that could get it rocking again because it still has some room until it encounters the next high looking left. So I'm going to wait and see. Yes, we do. Somebody asked, do we still have the 25% discount code? We actually do, and let me give it to you. And anybody else? There's our Russian bot invading our YouTube room. All right, so just click on my homepage, and then there's your Jolly 25. So Jolly 25 is still alive, guys. I thought it'd be at least one more day, and that is the case. We'll probably have another one for New Year's, but you know, the SOPA is still kind of alive. I mean, huge bottoming tail. There's a topping tail to start. Topping tail there, but that's a big bottoming tail. The buyers look like they're trying to still have control of this one. SOPA, another low float. No news, just an active trader. Yeah, no kidding. I mean, Dow is up big. NAS is lagging somewhat, but Dow is up big. All right, as MBOT is continuing down. Again, I don't know if we can just discount this topping tail here. But MBOT now, it's coming into there. There's the 200-day moving average at $7. That may hold it up. Whoa, C-pop right back up. Right back up. Now this is where I thought it might stall, right around this 220 mark. Easy short also because of the the press release, in my opinion, Zach. But yeah, in terms of the candy. Wow, CPOP is on the move here, guys. Now this again, I'm thinking this may stall it, but it may not. The next high looking left is 242, and then 242, and then 270. This is on its own now. 11 million. I don't know if there's any specific news for it. Don't see any. Wow, CPOP guy. Well, this is this will be interesting because this is what I'm talking about, Zach. You see, you had the 213. Now we got the now this gave a nice little quick short, but now 249. All right, this one used to be a meme stock. EXPR on the move a little bit here. I don't know if this is a memer today or not. Okay, give me one moment, please. LGVN, guys. LGVN is still hanging tough. LGVN still hanging tough. All right, we have one now from the option scanner, DBRG. Let's take a look at DBRG. All right, so what do I see? I see looking left, I see 828. I see 830. I see 824. I'm just looking left at the highs. 827. Yeah, so I don't know. It's got a bit to get through all this. I guess this was an IPO back here. Let's see if the volume keeps increasing here. I guess this is an all-time high up here, recent IPO. So I'm just going to stick an alert up here and see if it takes it out. Ah, thank you. Okay, so it was a name change, so it's not an IPO. Thank you. And then I don't like that because I don't know where, the position in lifetime range is reflecting this new symbol. My guess is that if you look at CLNY, yeah, I mean, it was, how many months back can we go? I mean, at some point it was, up here. So anyway. Ha! $15 price target for EXPR from Mr. Mead. All right, why not? All right, here's one that's popping up on my screen. Also, Allo. Wow, look at this one, guys. ALLO. See if there's any news on it. Don't see any specific news on it, but more importantly, I mean, look left on that daily chart. The high 1599. You can just kind of see if it can take up this 16 level. The next high is up here at 1868. Sort of remember this one had the bad day, but I've got to stick an alert just over 16 for ALLO. Not a low float, 66 million. So let's see what happens if it can take out 16. Vicky, I have no idea. It's probably one of those ones that needs a volume confirmation and all that. I don't use I've never used it, so I can't really know. But it might need volume confirmation. It's no, it's a lot like our crosses, our SMA crosses. You know, it needs volume confirmation, or it needs to close. But give me an example of one. Wow, look at SOPA, guys. Just mention SOPA. SOPA. Look at this one. Move now. Look at the volume coming in. Again, low float. So you're okay. So this is at 938. You're talking about that bottoming tail right there at 938. There you go. So rubber toe, if he tried it, yeah, I just haven't used this ever. So you probably would have got an alert on this candle though, not on this candle. Well, that doesn't make sense. You have to refresh them. LGVN, guys, LGVN. This is a lot different from the, well, look at even the ISIG is coming back. But again, if you're new to trading, I mean, these are these are not easy. I mean, these are not easy. I mean, this what got down to $15. I'm sorry, this is the opening candle, but it got back down to, what did it hit? It hit 2150. I got all the way down to just a little over 18. That's a big drop. So you've got to be really, really, really careful. Let me just take a look at the SPY here, and just for fun, the volume. I mean, I'm sure the volume is pretty. Here's the daily, been pretty steady the last 3 days. I mean, obviously we've had been dwindling. Be interesting to see what today's volume is. Boy, KNSA guys, I missed this one. KNSI was waiting on a 12 break, and it just ripped right through it. I mean, this looks like it's going to go positive. And this BBB, this one, I mean, a lot of upgrade, not upgrades so much. Price targets, I don't want to call them upgrades. I mean, obviously it got killed yesterday. But some of these firms are piling in, saying maybe this is just a huge overreaction. They're putting price targets at 24, and I'm talking Goldman, I'm talking Leerink, and I'm talking Wainwright, but especially Goldman. So putting price targets at 24 on this, and then this meaning BBIO. Good grief! Look at this top. I mean, this is why this is so difficult for these real low floaters. Look at that topping tail for SOPA. You know, all the way up to 1664, pulls all the way back down to 15. I'd be keeping my eye on the ISIG if it takes out 20 again. Okay, guys, all I'm doing, I'm just a quick scan of my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. Yeah, as I thought, this DBRG is really going to struggle probably to get through. But if it gets through that 850, a good watch list for long term. I'm not a big swing trader. I mean, we do have a channel called Trend Reversals, or what is it called? Swing Ideas. You can take a look at this one from the toolbar, Swing Ideas. Now, it depends what you mean by long term. I mean, you know, you're talking a week, a month, a year, 3 days. But I'm not much of a swing trader. But you can take a look at this Swing Ideas channel right there. We do have a swing trading tab. Okay, you can head over there also and see what these guys are talking about. Okay, yeah, certainly week to months is definitely not my forte. But again, if you head over to this, if you can see that swing trading tab, they talk a lot more about swing trading here. Okay, now whether it's weeks, months, I have no idea. You know, this one takes out, what was yesterday's high here? 13.15. It's not that far away. I mean, I have my alert set here for BBIO to take out yesterday's high. And let's see what happens if it does. I mean, with all these price targets, all three of them, interestingly, at 24. And this was after hours yesterday, okay? This was Goldman after hours, okay? This is at 411. And then this morning, I say Leerink and Wainwright piled in. Again, it doesn't mean it's going to happen, of course, but It's interesting, I thought. And they're all the same targets, 24. It's a large float, yeah, 103 million. So it's not going to, it won't be incredibly active, but yeah, so this is a short from the AI. However, if this took out the 67 mark right up here, this might be almost at the entry. This might be a good long. You just see these topping tails. You can just kind of see if it can pop through here. All right, guys, so I'm not getting any new alerts. All right, as the action lulls for me a little bit here, let me just, first of all, welcome anybody who's new to the room. Welcome. This is the format Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. I'm live on the mic, sharing my screen. I don't get live on the mic until 9, but the room is open at 8, and sometimes earlier. I think I opened around 7:15 this morning, Eastern Time, of course. But certainly no later than 8 o'clock. So we still have a nice promotion on. Holiday promotion. The Jolly 25 for 25% off is still active. So if you click, here's the link. Here is my tab available all day long, of course. There's my home page right there. There's that link right here. Click on the link. Okay, and this is what you'll see. So the code is still active, Jolly25, 25% off the first month only, or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas, just to give you an idea about how much it costs. We have 4 plans, annual, monthly, premium, standard. So the premium is $22.68 a year, minus the 25%. It works out to about $4.60 a day. Standard is $10.68 a year, minus the 25%. Works out a little over $2 a day. The big difference is the AI. I'll go over that in a little bit. You don't have to have an annual plan. You can go month to month if that's what you want. 118, 228, less the 25%. That 25% is applied to the first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. However, if you want to try us out, if the usual reason why people want to hop into an annual plan is they want to take advantage of the best discount. You don't have to do that, okay? You want to try us out for a month at that 25% discount, you can do so. And if within 30 days you decide you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 25%, okay? But if you want to stick with a monthly, as your subscription, that's fine. Just remember, though, after that 25% discount, this is what you'll pay going forward on a monthly basis. We have 3 free sections from my homepage. The Trade of the Week, sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern, and all the education that we have. We have a very comprehensive user guide now, but if I'm new to trade ideas, this is what I do. I take these 20 introductory lessons, basically go over top lists, what are they, alert windows, what are they, all the way down to the AI and this Brokerage Plus window. Okay, this is what I would do. Do that first. Daily support. So today is Tuesday, so it should be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. I take a break at noon. Michael takes, one of the other traders takes over between 12 and 1 in our YouTube room. And again, being Tuesday, that is usually Michael's day. Now, if you're a fan of using Brokerage Plus, or you're a fan of maybe creating your own strategies and backtesting them, Michael's your man. So save up all those questions, okay, for noon when I take my break. And of course, the YouTube room is open also between 3:30 and 4:30. Chris Varley, who subbed in for me yesterday. Very nice of him to do that, so I could take one day off. So he's there Monday to Friday in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30. Daily webinars, we're not back to a normal schedule, probably next week. You can sign up for them all right here though. And back to basics, I talked about Michael Noss, so he created this little video series. If you're new to trading, I really recommend this. It's all free, or if you even just want a refresher. Okay? I doubt it, Chris. Now, the section that is not free are my scans. So if you click here, these are the scans that I'm sharing, all right? So again, I'm sort of repeating myself a lot, but this moving higher with unusually strong options, I really like this alert. We'll probably get a lot more active in about 2 to 3 weeks once we get back into earnings season. And then I do like the 10-day daily breakdowns, breakups, or breakouts and breakdowns, so what you see here. I get this question a lot. What do I use in the pre-market? I use these 4 in the pre-market. These give me real-time alerts, the gap up and gap down shared. So gap up when a stock makes a new high in the pre-market, gap down when a stock makes a new low, all right? But really I concentrate on these 2. These are the top list, which really zeroes in on the ones that are super active, either on the upside or the downside. These are the 4 that I do use in the pre-market. But I have a lot of other alerts scans that I'm sharing, so you can take a look at them. In a moment as I size my window. All right, what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the U.S. stock market. So this is an example of a scanner, the 10-day daily breakout. Why it says DR? That's just stands. It's just short for don't repeat. Notice here that CPOP first alert was at 9:43, and the time was 2:13. In this window here, every time CPOP makes a new high, I'll get an alert. But this allows me to kind of go back in time and check, okay, when was the first alert and what did it do from there? Okay. So if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. Now, as I mentioned in the previous segment, I am sharing a lot of my scans, but of course, if you want to create your own scans, you can. So this is an example of a scan. If I click on summary, it's going to show me, you and me, exactly what I'm looking for. So prices between 2 and 35, the current volume is at least 8, meaning it's trading at least 8 times normal. So this is just the concept. When you build your own scans, you always start off with some filters. These are filters. And then you have some kind of a trigger. In this case, if these filter requirements are met and a stock makes a new high for the day, I get a real-time alert. Okay, that's why I see these stocks today. Nothing's happened in the breakdown yet. Maybe nothing will happen. We don't know. Now the good news, again, if you want to create your own scans, there is no programming language to learn. If I right click on an alert window and click on configure and then search, you see here are all the alerts that we have. Now guys, there's the aloe. I think I had the aloe. I have to go back to this window here before I can see it, but these are all the alerts that we have. And then when it comes to these icons, these are the filters. Listen carefully, please, especially if you're new to trade ideas or you don't have the product and you're just kind of, listening to me talk about trade ideas, you don't have to learn all of the alerts and filters. Okay, why we have so many? We have thousands of customers and all sorts of different trading styles. So we feel we've created enough alerts and filters that for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. But obviously you don't have to learn them all. I use maybe 0.5% of these alerts and filters. That's it. Let me see what that alert was like. All right, so this is the alert we had, or I had, for Allo, A-L-L-O. So it took out the high right there, 15.99. So let's see. I mean, you're chasing it now. I wouldn't want to take it right now. I'd like to see maybe you can base just a little bit of a pullback here. What's the volume like? Well, it's not bad. It's trading 3.8 times normal. More importantly, though, is, my style of trading is usually taking stocks that are near the high or the low of the day. That's just my style. I'm not saying that should be everybody's style. But that then allows me then to not have to worry too much about intraday resistance. And that's why they'll always hear me say, look left, look left, look left on the higher time frames. Because now what I'm doing is I'm looking left on the daily chart just to see when the next high is. See if it's far enough away from the current price. In this particular case, of course, it is. So that makes it interesting for me. Doesn't mean I just pile into the trade immediately. I may not even take the trade, but that's it makes it more interesting to me. Now, getting back to my little spiel here. So we talked about my scans that I'm sharing. We also have a lot of scans here that we're sharing. If you click on New and then Dock Channel Bar, you'll see we have a lot of channels here. They're all theme related. Each one of them has some scans. So for instance, here's a momentum scan, okay? It's an alert window, you know that because it says A right here. And if you right click, configure, you'll see what it's looking for. Here's a summary. You can always, it's English language. It'll tell you exactly what it is looking for. So if you like this the way it is, you don't mind the price range or anything else, you can actually take this window and you can save it to the cloud. Now, of course, if you want to make a change, go ahead. Maybe you want a different price range. Maybe you want it to be between 10 and 100. All right. If I click on summary, notice how it's changed. So you can make changes if you want. Otherwise, you can save this to the cloud, and I'll explain why I'm saying that. But also a word about this. You see how I have changed this, okay? Just to prove it to you again, click on summary. So this has changed to 10 and 100. Thing is, though, that if I leave this channel, let me go to another channel, go to stock surging. So here's another one. You might like this one. The action is heating up right now. You take a look again, right click, configure, see what it's looking for. If you like it, now I keep saying I should have the guys change it. It's kind of a stupid price range, 1 and 1,000. But anyway, you can always change that, to whatever price range you want. Save it, and then save it to the cloud. Watch what happens, though, when I go back to my momentum channel. Then I'm going to right click on configure and summary. And you go, hey, wait a minute, how come it's 1 and 50 again, not 10 and 100? The reason being is that you can make a change to the channel. If you stay in the channel, your change is what you want it to be. But these channels are for everybody. So the fact that you want to make a change here, does not necessarily reflect what everybody else wants. So that's why, typically what I'm really trying to demonstrate here is that you can go to the different channels, extract different scans that you might like, save them into the cloud, and then you can bring them back from the cloud one by one, thereby creating your own layout without actually having to create any scan from scratch. Okay? So we have a lot of scans, a lot of alerts in all of these windows, and you can just kind of go through them. Something looks interesting, just save it to the cloud. Well, I'm liking this aloe a lot better now, guys. And this is always a long for me shield. Just look left. Again, I'm not telling anybody to take this trade, okay? It has to meet your trading plan. And if you don't have a trading plan, I'm not trying to be mean here, but I'm not talking to you specifically, but you have to have a trading plan. You have to have an idea about why you would want to take this trade, number one. I've sort of explained why it's interesting to me. But you know what? It may not be interesting to you. A lot of people, hate, take trades near the highs of the day. They'd much rather take it on a pullback. That's fine. My trading style is the way I like to trade. But it doesn't, it certainly would not say to everybody, you have to trade the way I trade. Okay, I'm going to briefly go over the AI, very inactive today. This is what the AI looks like, okay? So if you have our premium, right here, this window right here, strategy trades all. This is what I would do if you have our premium service. I would click on from our toolbar, or click on new, and then AI/Holly strategy trades window. I'd make it easy on yourselves. Don't worry about anything else. All you should care about are what are the alerts. How you trade them will be up to you. Okay, you have an alert, you have an entry, you have a stop. You don't have to get in right at the penny. I never take a trade, be it the AI or my alerts. I always want to take a look at the chart just to see what's happening. The other window that you see here is called Brokerage Plus, this big blue window that you see here. I'm going to put a link to 2 videos. All right, so here's a link to 2 videos, okay? The short video, the Brokerage Plus, short video shows you if you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? But please listen carefully. If you don't have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. We're a scanner. That's what we do. You can use any broker, with our platform. It's just this is a feature, an option that if you want to use it, you can if you have an Interactive Brokers or E-Trade account. You don't have to use it if you have an IB or E-Trade account, but it's there for you if you do want to use it. Okay? I just want to make that really, really clear. Sometimes people come in the tail end and they think, oh man, I can't use Trade Ideas if I don't have an IB or E-Trade account. No, no, no. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. Boy, this BBIO guys with these 3 price targets at 24, getting super interesting. Now, this is only available, by the way, if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, this Brokers Plus window is not available. All right. Now, the second video that in that link that I gave you, again, the short video is connecting to an IB or E-Trade account. The second video, a lot longer, about 26 minutes long, but it goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window to trade. Also, not just if you're wanting to trade your account, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, but almost as importantly as a simulator, okay? You notice here it says Brokerage Plus in our toolbar. Two options underneath, live and simulation, paper trading. If you're new to trading, please, please, please practice trading first. Okay? How many accounts? I have no idea. How many different accounts in E-Trade? I really don't know, Walt. Maybe Chris, you use E-Trade. If not, if you can stick around, as I say, at noon, I take a break. Michael Noss will be in the YouTube room. I'll put the link in before I take my break. He probably has more of an insight in, how many different E-Trade accounts you can use. Look at iSig, guys, by the way. iSig is right back. Difficult trader today, but right back up, and look at the volume that's coming in. Wow, this might take out the high. If it does, it's certainly going to be interesting to a lot of traders. Just the trader mentality. Okay, let's talk a little bit about money management, okay? Let's just say I wanted to take this Allo trade, okay? I'm going to take 500 shares. I'm going to buy right at the market because and this is in the simulator, okay? Took the trade at 1614. I'm going to put a stop at 1594. I'll explain why. So if you're not understanding or used to this concept of placing stops, when you get into a trade, they're not all going to work, unfortunately. So the way I trade and, the only thing I really, really want to hammer home is that you really should have a price you're going to get out of the trade if it's not working. You can't, a trading style should not be based on hope and pray that I get into a trade and it's going to work. Some trades are just not going to work, which is okay. As long as you get out with a manageable loss, you move on. And that's what we call, that's what this stop is all about. You notice I put this stop at 1594. So what happens is if Allo gets back down to 1594, it'll take me out for approximately a $100 loss. Okay? So if you're somewhat agreeing with me that, okay, I get the idea, I get into a trade, I should have a price I get out if it's not working. Now the next big deal is, okay, where should that be? Where should that price be? That's where the practice is going to come in. How I do it, I like to size up a chart. I like to size up a chart and look where I consider maybe there's some support. So if it broke down through that support level, I want to be out of the trade. Okay? How you may do, I'm not saying that's how everybody should do it. Others may say, okay, I want to get into this trade. I'll get out if it breaks down through the low of the previous 5-minute candle or a 15-minute candle. You have to get comfortable with where you're going to place your stops. Another aspect is, you should really have a checklist before you get into a trade. Or contrary to what I'm really saying is you should have a bunch of reasons why you shouldn't take a trade. Unless you can check everything, you should not take a trade. Now, the way I trade is that most of my checks are already done, made for me in my scans. In other words, I always know it's going to be a price range I want. It's going to be a minimum volume that I want. It's going to be maybe a minimum relative volume that I want. So I've already been able to check a few things before I even when I see the alert. And then after that, I'm going to look at maybe the pattern it's coming from, and more importantly for me, how much room does it have? How much room can it keep going before it hits the next high? Well, that's just the way I trade. You have to come up, with your own checklist and how you're going to trade. But you should be looking for reasons not to take the trade, and unless you can check them all, don't take the trade. You really be, especially if you're starting out, be highly selective. Now, why does it say $100? Notice I put a stop. 1614 was my entry. 1594. I wanted to make the math really easy. Notice my stop is 20 cents away. The next aspect of this is share sizing. I don't take the same number of shares every trade. But what I do try to do is keep my risk the same every trade. In the simulator, I'm always risking $100. So in other words, if the trade works against me, the most I want to lose is $100. And that is what share size me. How? Well, if I take my entry and my stop, subtract, I get 20 cents. If I divide 20 cents into $100 that I'm willing to risk, I get 500 shares. Obviously, if the difference is different, no, not all my all the differences when I take trades are going to be 20 cents. So I'd be dividing that difference between my entry and my stop into how much I'm willing to risk, and that's going to share size me. You know, it's a lot to grasp, but that's why we've got a great simulator. Uses our real-time data. Doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. So I would practice before you commit money to the market. Not that often. Well, I've never really thought about it. Boy, this CPOP is every time you think it's over, it's not. And I don't see any specific news on it. It's a China stock. I don't see any specific news on it. Again, you know, with some of these, you know, you drive yourself crazy if you start thinking, well, why is it going up? We don't, I mean, it's potentially a meme stock. Maybe some Reddit forum has got a hold of this. I don't know. It's a low float, 11 million in the float. Now, another word about my stops. You know, when I do take a stop, in this particular case, again, I'm just demonstrating how you can use a simulator. This is the worst I want to do on the trade. Okay, so let it get down to 15.94. That's the worst I want to do. I can always get out earlier if I don't like the way something is trading. You know, but this is the absolute worst I want to do. But I could always get out earlier if I don't like the way something is trading. Okay, so things have slowed down quite a bit here. Now the BBIO, I did notice, came in the option scanner. So just a word about this. If you'll hear me talk about option scanner. I don't trade options. What this alert window, and I'm sharing this one, what this alert window is doing is just looking for stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Just another way to zero in on stocks with decent volatility. They can give us a trade. Now some who do trade options say that, I'm not saying this specific alert, but we do have some option filters and it can help them trade options, but we don't, I'll just show you what they are. So this is another little tip here. If you're wondering if we have anything, just go to an alert window and right click and configure and then click on search. So for instance, if you said, well, what do you guys have for RSI? As an example, this is what we have. If you want something that's different from this, you're out of luck. Okay, this is what we have. If you're looking for MACD, this is what we have. So you can just type in to the search. If you're looking for Ichimoku, we don't have it. Okay, so if you're wondering at any time, what do you have for this? You can just do a search and it'll bring up whatever we have. So for instance, I mentioned options. This is what we have for options. So we have some of the obvious ones, the put call ratio. Option volume, this is the average number of contracts over the last 10 days. Then we have the option volume today, put and call volume, and this is kind of the key one. This is going to show them, this is going to zero in on the stocks with that are having an abnormal day regarding options, number of contracts. Okay, option volume today percent. So, for instance, in this scan right there, this is what it's looking for. So it has to have a minimum of 2,000 contracts, and that has to represent at least 3 times normal. 300% is a ratio three times normal. Okay? So we're looking for stocks that are just having abnormal option activity. And then I trade the stock. Now, again, just because I get an alert doesn't mean I take the trade immediately. Okay? I want to analyze it a little bit. This BBIO is awfully interesting with those price targets by those three brokerages. I mean, again, whatever you think about these price targets that these brokerages put, it doesn't really matter what we think. It matters what the reaction is. Yeah, Sopa is definitely, again, not an easy trader. I mean, these ones, this is, well, it's a low float, 12 million. It's not the crazy low float, but they're not easy. When I say not easy, I mean just look at these topping tails on a 15-minute chart and the bottoming tail. So I mean, these are all prices they were at some point. Okay, and so you get pretty good fluctuation. The only good thing I can say about it is that certainly the trend is up. You can draw a trend line, so this is definitely making higher lows. But does that mean it's going to keep going? Well, you better take if you're new to trading, and even if you're not new, I mean, I would not be taking like a whole bunch of shares, because I mean it can whip you out. Because I mean, where are you going to put your stop? You put a stop. I mean, this will not be the worst place. 15, the low of that candle, but all right, guys. Now listen, the aloe, the longer it holds here, the better. We start getting some volume, this will probably get me into this trade, okay? See how the volume is just tailed off. So I'm all about volume. I like this right now, but I'm not going to take this trade because the volume is just dwindling. Now, this could keep going on low volume. I have no idea. But again, one of my checklists, if I'm going to take a trade that is now basing nicely and it starts to break, I want to see some volume accompanied with that break, or accompanying the break. I mean, these can turn into awesome shorts, guys. But I mean, it's the timing of it. The CPOP. I mean, time that one at 271, 228. And the shorts have dried up now for me at Interactive Brokers. So I don't know how many were available earlier when I was looking at it, but they're being snapped up now at Interactive Brokers anyway. All right, here's another one in the option scanner, APT. However, what do we see up here? 780 is the 200-day moving average. That's a little bit close. I mean, it's 40 cents away. That's a little bit close. All right, so the BBBIO, what I'm doing is I'm going to stick an alert. Well, I still have that alert. So the high of yesterday was 13.15. You can see it did not take out that high of yesterday. Takes out that high of yesterday. This has got, I mean, look at the room it's got. Never mind the 24 price target. But I mean, it obviously some disaster news yesterday for it. So it was phase 3. And that is typical. That's why it's sort of surprising that the KNSA is not tanking as badly as I would have expected. This is phase 3 also, so there's got to be something else going on. So again, my focus right now, ALLO, ALLO, and the BBIO. I have a price alert set. If it happens, it happens. If not, I just move on. Yesterday's high, 13.15, I think is yesterday's high. Again, that doesn't mean I'll take the trade, immediately, but there's yesterday's high, 13.15. I want to see if it can take it out. Yeah, you too, ISIG, my trades. Yeah, I just don't like this one just because of that 200 days. They're relatively close to the APT. For an intraday trade, I'm not trying to. I think Good says he's long this one. That's great, but for an intraday trade, I'm just looking at that 200-day moving average. Yikes, BRTX. All-time low now. This one will show up here if, and the volume isn't good enough. I here are my filters here, so yeah, so the current volume and the overall volume, etc., not good enough to show up here. Now there's the aforementioned apt, and it may just take out that 200-day. There it is, guys. Look at that. I mean, this will be amazing. If this doesn't get through this 200-day, I mean, they got up to 786. Again, as Real would say, this is an area, okay? But let's just see what it does. This can stall it. I'm not a big indicator guy, but certainly I'm totally aware of what the 200-day moving average is for every stock. You know, it's funny. I saw FTK in the pre-market. I saw it was running, and then I saw the price. As you know, I don't really look at stocks under a dollar. But yeah, I mean, there's a lot of volume coming in. I mean, this was so. Remember, this was a really active trader. Let's go back on the monthly chart. You can see. I mean, this was 28. When was it? Well, it was back in 2014. But even more recently, you know, a $4 stock. I mean, I remember this one quite well. Surprised to see it was under a dollar. It's calling the SOPA, Vicky. SOPA. There's that trend, higher lows. So the same thing on volume. I mean, the ISIG is interesting, but man, oh man, I mean, you've got to be so careful. But, and you know, look at the volume. I mean, this is the opening. Of course, this is at 9:30, and then a little dwindling here. I had a pop here. But you know, you need a lot of volume to get people interested again. You know, there are a lot of people got burned, you know, over 20 up to 22. To get people back interested, in my opinion anyway, you're going to need a volume bar like this, okay, to get people interested in this one again. Come on, Aloe, just get some volume. What time is it? Yeah, so this candle has got another minute and a half to close, or this bar right there has another minute and a half to close. So it's really, I mean, it's still, I'd like to see something at least like that. So again, guys, you know, people ask me, well, what is your minimum volume? It's not so much the absolute number, it's in relation to what happened before. You know, you want to see something that sticks out. Yeah, so it's not bad. I mean, 66, I mean, it's been choppy. You know, the apps on a short there, you can see exactly where it was shorted, 66.90, the suggestion. But you can see quite a few times it got back to that price. I mean, that wasn't, you know, we're talking about an hour. So depends on how you would have handled that if you did take that short. I know what I would have been doing. I typically don't take anything from the AI that's over 20. That's just my preference, you know, how I use it like a watch list. That's it. Just a minute, guys. I'm just following an internal discussion right now. Are you talking about a something that you traded today? Well, if you flatten it should be gone. I don't know what you mean by delete an old trade then. If I flatten this right now, I'll still see it today. I mean, I can hide it. Yeah, I'm in the simulator. I can hide it, I suppose. There is a way to hide it. I don't do it, but tomorrow I won't see it. If I flatten this trade, if I get out of the trade today, I will not see it tomorrow. Is that what you mean? Yeah, so I should have mentioned that too because these are hotkeys. So flatten gets me out of a trade. I can get it at half my trade or I can double my position. Of course, I could go in here and manually, select how many shares, etc. But also, if you don't get out of a trade, at the end of the day, it'll carry forward. Well, then all you have to do is just, flatten them. And the reason why people won't get out of a trade usually is you can practice swing trading this in this simulator also. Or if you're obviously connected to an IB or E-Trade account, you can practice swing trading. So again, if I don't exit this trade at the end of the day, it becomes, well, as long as I want it, a swing trade. So when you say you have many old trades, that means that you have not got rid of them. So all I have to do then just go through the ones you don't want, just flatten, 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 flatten. Flatten is just sell, sell. Flatten, get out of here. So guys, you see how aloe, see how you can get roped into taking something when you really shouldn't, in my opinion anyway? I mean, look at aloe, A-L-L-O. Kept saying, we need volume, we need volume. We never got the volume. Looked like it was trying to break out, but the volume was putrid. I mean, it just, it's not there. It can save you a lot of, you can get your account chopped up just by trying to say, well, I think it's going to move. It looks good. You might get a slightly later entry. You might give up 5 cents, 10 or 20, 10 cents or whatever. But to me, I'd rather have the confidence. And look, if this had a huge amount of volume, it doesn't absolutely mean that it's going to rip. But I'd rather have that on my side than try to kind of guess and say I think it's going to move up. Yeah, we've all done it, Joe. We've all done it. But I just wait now. I don't care if I give up 5 tenths, especially if it's stock like this, it's got a ton of room. I mean, so what if I give up 10 or 15 cents? But the volume shoots it through. I look left and I've got $3 that it could run. I'm not saying it would do it, but I'm not going to get too hung up. And so this is the reason. I hope people understand. I was not telling anybody to take this trade. But it had to be watched. And I said, unless it happens on volume, though, I'm not interested. I see, and I allowed myself to be taken out of this. So you see what happened. It took me out of the trade. But had it been at this point, if this had been in my live account at this point, I would have got out of the trade just before 16. It saved a little bit because I would have looked at this and said, you know what, I don't like it. I can always get back in later on if I want to. So look at APT. So it got right to the 200-day and it basically stalled there and it has come right back down. Something else to think about. If you're practicing trading, again, the same thing with the BBBIO. I mean, the volume is, starting to get, but you need a lot of volume and popping it through yesterday's high. But let's just say you did want to take this BBBIO, but you don't want to take it right now. You want to take it on a pullback. So here's how you can do something like that, how you can practice that. You pick wherever you thought the pullback, you'd like to get in. Let's just say 1253, right here. These two 5-minute candles. So you pick how many shares are going to do this. And I'm going to put 1253 in both the price and the stop box. And click the buy button and you'll see a big blue line will appear. So it'll take the trade at 1253. Now, if you were really going to do this though, you just because you're wanting to take this on a pullback, you would have to know ahead of time where you're going to get out of the trade if it doesn't work. Okay, same principles. And that would share size you. That would say, okay, if I want to get out of this trade, 20 cents below 1253. I'm not saying that, again, I'm not trying to say 20 cents is the stop every time, of course, but let's just say that's where it was. Then you would put 500 here if you're risking $100 on the trade. You're risking $50. How many shares you take will be dependent on your risk. How much you're willing to risk on the trade dollar-wise. Well, guys, there's APT now. The challenge, again, to get through that 200-day. I mean, if it accepts the challenge and tears through it, then we got something else going. So let's take a look at the monthly chart. I mean, the next high is 835 on the monthly chart. On the weekly chart, yeah, it looks like 835. So, but still, I mean, it's still being rejected. That 200-day is still being rejected somewhat. And you can see it right there on my daily chart. That's that green line. Okay, so we've got a little bit of a disconnect going in the market. You see the Dow is up, but tech or NAS is down. SPY is up a little. Let's take a look at, there's that guy. So, I mean, this is definitely, I mean, this is a virus play, right? So protective wear and all that, right. Yeah. So there's that 200-day right here. 835 is the next high looking left on the weekly chart. So let's just take a look. If you guys can remember when about 10 minutes before the market opened, we took a look at the sectors. Let's see if there's any major change. There should be a change in tech. There should be a big change in tech. Yep, look at this. Actually, there's a big change everywhere. I mean, remember, guys, and this is what I was saying. We looked at this. We looked at the major sectors about 10 minutes before the market opened. At that point, every single energy stock was up from yesterday's close. That was 100%. Okay? Tech was about 88, 82, 83%, I think. Financials were about 50-50. Consumer staples were about 50-50. Okay? So look at the change. I mean, we've got the financials somewhat ripping. Tech has drifted downwards, and certainly energy has done the same thing. Now we can look at this an hour from now, and this could be still different. But I find it interesting though to see how things can change, and why this is a good gauge. Let's just say, for argument's sake, that right now you wanted to get into a financial stock, okay? And it was a financial stock that really has no news on its own. There's no news about it. It's just, so if you were going to take a financial stock right now, at least you can look at this and go, most of the financials are up, so I'm kind of trading with the trend. As opposed to if you wanted to take an energy stock right now, unless that stock has some specific news about it, so it's a true alpha stock. And what I mean by an alpha stock, typically an alpha stock is something that doesn't really care what the rest of the market's doing or its sector is doing. It's kind of trading on its own because it's got some news. Okay? But if you wanted to take an energy play right now, you're going against the trend. And I see that crypto is still moving down. Well, here's Riot anyway. Let's take a look at the ETF for crypto. Okay, you crypto guys out there, what's the price right now of Bitcoin? Under 50? Had a nice little run these days here, even a nice little run yesterday. 48, thank you. $48.5, okay. Under 50, that's what I thought. All right, guys. Well, this was if you could have handled all the froth, because this touched the entry several times, it looks like. But this was an alert, a short alert from the AI 6690, obviously working out quite nicely now. You just had to you had all these, because there's the candle in which the alert happened, but then the next four basically touched the alert price. So how you managed to trade, would have been a little bit dicey, but now is looking pretty good. Again, had some Google news. It's still up, but barely. So I guess I was obviously wrong about the APT. This is just it's still at that 200-day. I guess I'm not wrong, but I'm just sort of saying, from the initial alert from the option scanner at 7:30, if you could have held on, it's not bad. I'm not seeing HPI. I know I saw it in the pre-market. I'm not seeing it though in any. Yeah, that's why. Had the big pop pre-market. Yeah, masks. But it's not doing what APT is doing, not by any stretch. And it's interesting because it's such a low float too. APT, I think, has a much higher float. No, not much. Well, it's higher. It's about 3 times higher, but still a low float. The option scanner is just this. It's just a scan I put together showing stocks that are having abnormal option activity, okay? So let's just say a stock normally trades 2,000 contracts over the last 10 days. For me to see it today, it'll have to be trading 6,000 contracts 3 times. So it's not. I'm not trading options. I'm just zeroing in on stocks that are having abnormal option activity. Another way of looking for stocks that are, again, that are in play from the option standpoint, not trading the option though. It's one of the ones I'm sharing. If you're a subscriber, go to my homepage, go to the scan section, and it's moving higher with unusually strong options volume. And you can see the option volume. I mean, let's just take a look at it. So it's 9 times normal, So that 27,000 contracts today, combination of puts and calls as a total contracts, okay? That is 9 times normal, 935%. 9 times normal. Normal meaning the average over the last 10 days. One moment, please. All right, guys, let's see. Well, let's see if this app can get back over 8 and really explode from there. It's not up that much, really. It's only, I mean, it's, for most stocks, being up 10% it would be awesome, of course, but, we're used to seeing some of these low floaters being up 30, 40, 100, 200%. So, all right, let's see, plug. I know you know this. You're probably looking at this one. Zach, plug. Will it bounce? Well, let's see. There's some support maybe down in this 27 level, so that's got a bit to go. Sigma. Remember Sigma from last week? Yeah, right. Big day. I guess I had an interesting day yesterday, but Thursday up to 1447. I'd be putting an alert at about just over 20 for iSig. See if it takes that out later on. I mean, this has got it's sort of basing not badly now. I have some alerts set right there. Again, if I get an alert, doesn't mean I pile into the trade, but 20 being a psychological barrier to get through. It'll probably get some people interested, but you know what we need? Volume. Look at the volume. No volume right now. I mean, look at a 5-minute chart right there. Look how the price has basically flattened out. Look how the volume is flattened out. Okay, I'm just checking to see if there's any specific news for Plug. I don't see any. It's just the general EV market. Boy, the entire euphoria right up here at $46, only what, 5 weeks ago, and almost cut in half now. Some people ask me about swing trading. I don't know how anybody swing trades, to be honest. Yeah, we talked about that. Just is it still under a dollar, 80 odd cents, or is it 80 odd cents? Yeah, lots of volume. Yeah, okay. So here's your news. All right, why not? So they may consider a takeover at the right price, and some analysts are saying, you know what, 250 is fair value for an 88-cent stock right now. Why not? Noble Capital Analyst Michael Heim or Heim Heim. Hmm. All right, so here is, I don't know if this is the ETF for the electric EV sector. I don't know if it's the one. There might be some others, but this is one I'm familiar with. Drive, DRIV. Actually, this really the last few days. So this is not looking like Plug, I don't think. Yeah, sort of, I guess. Give me a moment, guys. Just doing some paperwork here. Just give me one moment. All right, guys. Well, here is the iSig again. Look, I mean, look at this. Look at this topping tail, all the way up to about 2040, and it has come right back down. Boy, this is a tough one. Really no, I mean, a little bit of volume you can see sneaking in here in the 2-minute chart. Still nothing really. Only looking at this one, guys, because it's certainly an active one. We're sort of in a lull, for me anyway, a lull, and this one certainly is still active. But what you'd love to see, imagine if this, see that 15 minute, what time is it right now? 27. So we've got 2.5 minutes for this candle to close, this volume bar. Imagine if all of a sudden volume came pouring in and got to be this level. You probably would see like a big move through 20. And all traders are looking at is this. That's all they're looking at. On the 9th of December, this hit 35.50. That's all traders are looking at, all right? Saying, what if? Just what if? Ooh, the tease here, guys. Okay, the volume is picking up a little bit here for the iSig. Time is it? 29, so it has another minute. See a little bit of, you see how if you look the last 5 minutes, you see this one's just a little bit more than these previous ones. Probably how many? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So that's 40 minutes. So Zach, how do those differ? Oh, you're going to be right back? Okay. All right, just give me a moment, please. My headset is just dying on me. I'll just switch. All right, so Jay, there are a couple things you can do, all right? First of all, before I explain, I want to make sure you can hear me and you can see what I'm going to do. Okay. If you want, you can create, you see what I've got here? I've created a window with a bunch of scans and charts, etc., that I can just move around. I can move it anywhere I want. I've got 3 monitors. Here are my thumbnail charts as an example, okay? Now, this is what we call docking. So you can do that. You can see what I did. I can move everything at once or wherever I want, okay? You can do that. It depends on the version of trade ideas you've got, number one. You'd have to have at least the latest, if you go to our website, the latest production version or the beta, okay? But if you didn't want to do that, okay, so if this is something that appeals to you, okay, then if you go to our channel guide, I can give you a quick video on docking, okay? Let me see if I can find it. It takes a little bit of practice, okay? A little bit of practice. Now, if you don't want to do that, okay? If you don't want to do that, before docking came into place, typically the reason you ask that question is because you know you don't want to have to load your layout every single time. Let's just say I've got 3 monitors. So this is what you did before docking. You designate one of your monitors as being your main monitor, okay? So for instance, in this case, this is the one that I'm sharing with everybody. So I designate this as my main monitor. I put my toolbar in the top left-hand corner, okay? I put all my Trade Ideas windows, we're not talking docking now, okay? Just the free-floating windows, wherever I want them. And then I put my other Trade Ideas windows on my other monitor exactly where I want them. Okay? Once you've done that, then if you click on Tools, Options, Layouts, you see if you check Open Relative to Main Window and then Save. When you get out of Trade Ideas, when you exit and then you reload Trade Ideas, all your windows will be where you want them to be. Okay, and that's nothing to do with docking. That's what we used to do, and people still do that. Some people don't care about docking. Okay, so does that make sense? So repeating what, Martin, the docking or what I just went over about? You mean the options? Oh, the layouts. Okay, so again, for those of you with multiple monitors, take your toolbar, put it in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. Get all your Trade Ideas windows, charts, etc. exactly where you want them on your main monitor, exactly where you want. And you know, I've got, again, this is docking, but I mean, imagine these are all free floating. Okay, put all your Trade Ideas windows where you want them on your other monitors, no matter how many monitors you've got. Once they're exactly where you want them, then click on Tools, Options, Layouts. Tools, Options, Layouts. And where it says Loading Layouts, check. Open Relative to Main Window and Save. Okay. I'm going to cancel out. Once you've done that, then when you exit Trade Ideas, when you file, you know, exit, and it's going to say, do you want to save your layout, yes or no? More than likely, you're going to say yes, because that's the layout you want to use all the time. When you load Trade Ideas next, everything will be exactly where you want them to be. All your windows will be exactly where you want them to be. Okay? Just have to remember to save any even if it's you know, any change you make, be it putting a sound alert on something, rearranging a column, you know, you want the columns in a different order. Anything that you do, make sure you save your work. You know, I've got different ways to do it. File, save, or share to cloud. I would always save everything to the cloud. Okay, I would save individual scans. I would save layouts. Why? You know, first of all, you just click on entire, you give it a name. Why save things to the cloud? Because you can have trade ideas on as many devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time, open one device at a time. Oh, guys, there's the BBIO. Okay, guys, BBBIO. Ooh, sugar. I had to restrain myself there. I wanted to get into this one. This is, I'll be honest, I did trade this one, before. It wasn't easy, but I wanted to take this one on this 2050 break, and I've just missed it. Look at this, though, guys. I mean, it just took out the high. I mean, now this is a high. Real. Good afternoon for you. Good morning still for me. Whoa, I wanted that one desperately. I was. Who asked me about layouts? And I blame you. Took my concentration away just briefly. It was, you know what, real, it was awesome. And I'm just kidding you, Martin. Okay, I'm just kidding you. You know what, real, it was awesome. I almost felt like I was playing hooky. I didn't look at the market at all. Didn't load trade ideas. Didn't look at the market at all. I was blissfully unaware of what happened yesterday. It was awesome. And Chris said that you helped a lot. Yeah, there's the yikes. I mean, listen, it did get over the 200 day, that area, but I mean, it didn't really take it out by much. And now look at it, APT. Here's another one. Okay, guys, we're starting to get a little bit of action now. GMDA. What the heck is this doing? GMDA, Israeli stock, not a low float, but it's on the move here. Look at the volume. Look at the volume. See this volume increase? Just look at it. See the price? Look at the volume, guys. Now, this could be capitulating right now. You know, I mean, this is a big volume increase. BBIO, guys, BBIO. You gotta love it. You gotta love these price targets put on by Goldman, Wainwright, and Lyric. 24 after it got creamed yesterday. See how it took out yesterday's high? See if this one has any news. GMDA, I don't see any specific news. Oh, it is shortable too at Interactive Brokers. It is shortable. My goodness. I mean, how difficult Is this the trade? I mean, listen, guys. I mean that all the way down to 714, and it pops right up a dollar. Just, I mean, there's a 2 minute chart. So this was 724 up to. I mean, there's a. I don't know if I put up a minute chart. I bet you this is bad. When I say bad, I mean as wild. Let's put a minute. Yeah, I mean, look at this. So 724, 784. Boy, I mean, this is a tough one. Well, all I remember last week, this was a merger, a rumor, right? SCAC was a merger rumor on whatever day this was. That's all I remember. Maybe it's off. I have no idea. I think they announced. I mean, there was a rumor here about a merger of some sort. I believe that's what got it rolling back here, and then it just did nothing for a few days. A little, and then I think on this day, whenever this day is, on the 22nd, it sort of indicated that it was on, but it's sold off. So I have no idea. All right, guys, I am just going to make sure that it is Michael in our YouTube room today, taking over for me at noon. Here she is. Well, that would be one heck of a cat, Peter, if it were a cat. No, it's the dog. That'd be a scary cat if that were making that news. Or that noise. All right, B-Bio, another maybe lift here. Gesundheit. Boy, is GMDA no news on this one whatsoever. Lots of volume, 12 times normal. How's our friend App doing? All right. Well, there's something going on with this GMDA. Obviously, it's not a crazy low float. 41 million in the float, so it's not crazy low or anything. But there is something definitely putting a surge into this. And this is there's that what I would consider maybe capitulation volume coming in. That this could get right. Let's take a look left on the next high looking left is 331. Sorry, 341. Yeah, so 341 is the next high looking left on the daily. I mean, this looks kind of ripe for a potential short now. This BBIO is sort of testing my patience here. I'm in this one, but I'm trying to keep in this one for more than just a dime or something. All right, I haven't got a confirmation that it is Michael in our YouTube room at noon. I'm just waiting. Again, just for those of you who want to get a little more into B plus and maybe, I don't know, automating your strategies and things like that, back testing, all the things I don't do. All right, guys, I think we got a winner here in B-Bio. Now, how you trade it is up to you. They've got these lofty price targets on it. Well, GMDA is still alive here. I thought maybe that might be it, but not yet. Not yet. And again, the next high looking left was, what was it, 341. So got a little bit of room to that level. See, the volume is still good. I mean, it's not as good as this one or much, but it's still good. I mean, what time is it? 11:50. I mean, this still has 10 minutes to close. This could be, as big or greater than this candle right here. Oh, okay. I just do have a confirmation about Michael. Yeah, Michael will be doing the Q&A in our YouTube room in about 10 minutes. So what I'll do is I will put in the YouTube link. If you want to head over there while I do take my break. Mohammed, let me just see if that is actually something that you have control over. Yeah, the smart list levels, okay? So you're talking about, so I'm answering somebody in our YouTube room, Mohammed, asking how to activate suggested entry and exit signals. Let me make sure I'm right here. Yeah, okay, so if you right click on a chart, all right, and go to properties and make sure you've got show smart risk levels checked. That's how, I think that is the default. So you must have unchecked it at some point, okay? So again, right click on a chart, go to properties, and right at the bottom here, show smart risk levels. Check it. And what this means is every time you click on an alert, if I click on BBIO right now, Yeah, the problem is it's way down below here. So let me find another one. All right, so there, what I mean, again, this is just a suggestion, right? They're saying that the suggestion is if you got in this one right here at 594, your stop would be at 543. Okay, that's just a suggestion. You know, a little dotted line here, and then your target is just, I mean, it's it's not scientific at all. It's just double the difference between, you know, if you got in here and your stop, whatever that difference is, you just double it and that gets you your target. Okay? So there's nothing for you to do as long as you activate, right click, properties, and show smart risk levels, check it. And then it'll just automatically appear. Nothing more for you to do. And before I go, guys, just one last mention about, we still have that promo code on for 25% off. So again, it's a great way to try us out. Even if you just take out a month subscription, you'll get 25% off that first month. If you don't like it, you know, you just unsubscribe. But if you do like it and you want to upgrade to an annual, so again, this is my recommendation. You know, don't take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. Okay, you can always just take out a monthly. I mean, typically the only reason people take out an annual immediately is because they want to take advantage of the big price discount. Well, you don't have to worry about that. Take out a monthly. You'll get the 25% off that first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay. But you can try us out for 30 days. If within 30 days you do want to upgrade to an annual, we'll honor the 25%. So again, there's no big rush to take out an annual. The reason I always say it like that is because, you know, you have to look at our refund policy, you know, and know what you're getting into. So you can try us out for the month. Again, if you like it, you upgrade within 30 days, we'll honor that 25%. But you don't have to ever upgrade. If you want to stick on a monthly, just know that this is what you'll pay going forward after that first month. Remember GMDA, you know, you've got to think this is, I mean, remember I was just saying, I mean, now this volume bar is even greater than this one that really popped it up. And this has, you know, about 3 minutes left. So this will be the biggest volume bar of the day. So this is not quite ready as a short. How many shorts are available? Oh, lots of shorts are available at Interactive Brokers. 670,000, so that's not going to be an issue. Issue for me is I'll be taking my break soon, so I mean, this just looks like it's getting riper and riper for a short here, guys. GMDA. Alright guys, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts, seeing if there's anything interesting happening. Yeah, the aloe looks done. I mean, this somebody was saying it's pulled back to the VWAP. I think that's probably through the VWAP now. 1581, yeah. Well, it's kind of right at that VWAP, but it's just underneath. So MBOT is coming back. I had a big day yesterday. Yeah, so look at that. I mean, it almost got down to that 200-day. It got within about 17 cents or so of the 200-day moving average. And that, that provided some decent support. And I had a big day yesterday. I don't know what the news was, but huge day yesterday. I mean, this was closed on Thursday at 5:30, and it got all the way up to 960. Pulled back a little bit to 902. All right. Well, actually, Michael should be. Let me get my announcement in. He should be in the room now. I just noticed it's noon. So I'm just waiting for him to tell me that he's in the YouTube room. I'll take my break. All right, Michael, I see you're now streaming. Okay, I'll stop streaming now.
All right, let's test the sound there to get started. Maybe someone just type in chat if they can hear me. Oh, that works. A little bit lower than Barry, so I'll turn that up a bit. And then I just hit that button, and we are good to go. Cool. All right, guys, so welcome. If you're new here, I gotta mute myself. I gotta hear myself and my face. Yeah, if you're new here, right, Barry, we give Barry some much needed time off, take a break, grab a sandwich, and we open up the room to Q&A. So I will be here for the next hour solely to answer your guys' questions. There we go. Yeah, so please, we leave these open to questions, so we generally don't prepare anything on the way. So the more that you guys ask questions, the less I will be waffling on about random stuff, which is probably good for all of us, to be honest. It's not too bad, actually, for Canada. There's a little bit, though. It's definitely cold, that's for sure. Where do you change your colors for your charts? Just right-click and click background color, select background color. And then you've got your background color, which if you untick gradient, right, the whole chart will be that color. If you click gradient, it will then, start a gradient, I guess, from the top to the bottom. And then just go pick whatever you'd want that color to be. I just kind of played around with mine until I got something that I liked. Nothing really fancy about it, but they actually remind me, I think the reason I like them is because I used to spend a lot of time on stockcharts.com, and they've got the same kind of orange and bluish thing. Plus, I thought it matched trade ideas as a whole. So, but yeah, just right click on any chart, select background color, play with them as you see fit, right? You can change your wick color, up and down colors, the price and date on the side, your watermark. You can make that, turn that off or make it whatever you want. Since this is right, I use this virtual machine essentially only for demoing stuff to you guys. I basically just make the watermark as dark as I can so you see what I'm looking at. So few ideas of pickup for consolidation patterns. You're gonna have a hard time with consolidation patterns right now, right? So now as a swing trader, and this is kind of a speech I gave to a lot of my followers a while ago. When the market's up, this much in a row and for 5 days in a row, as a swing trader, it's going to be hard to find setups. So I am thankfully, I didn't, buy the whole masses, this is the end of the world stuff, when we were just pulling back to some place that we had already pulled back to before. So I am kind of fully loaded, I guess you could say right now. But the problem with finding new stuff right now is you've got one or two issues it's going to come across. Either you're buying stuff that's pulling back right now, in which case that stuff is, incredibly relatively weak to the market, or, right, you're buying stuff that is bumping up against resistance, which means that even though the market is screaming through all resistance, your stock isn't, which is weak as well, or you're buying stuff that's doing very, very well, and then you're chasing, right? So like, WPCs from TI Strength, right? That's up 5 days in a row as well. CPG, I think, is the same kind of look, right? It's up from $4 to $5.50 in 5 days. So, as a swing trader, you're kind of subject to the market a little bit, which is why, for my process anyway, I spend so much time analyzing the market in different sectors. And there's really nothing you can do about it, right? You may be able to find some names out there. Again, my problem with names that are pulling back is that, if they're pulling back now and the market's rocketing, then when the market stops or pulls back, the odds are that you've bought something that's weaker than the rest of the market. So it may just be one of those things where there's nothing for you to do for a period of time, which is okay, right? And I know that's intellectually and emotionally, that's one of the hardest things to do as a trader, is to do nothing. But often you'll notice when you listen to other traders speak, you'll notice more times than not they're saying that now is not the time to do anything. Which is, it seems like we're all just lazy creatures, but it's true, right? There's long periods of time in trading where there's just nothing to do. And for me anyway, that's one of those, because really doesn't, even the weaker indexes, like say the IWM, I put two M's in there, right? The IWM that's relatively weaker, which is our small cap names relative to everything else, well, that's bounced pretty significantly over the last 4 or 5 days as well, right? Remember when it was at these lows and everyone was saying it was the end of the world again, and then we got that kind of pop rally. So, I'm in this kind of same space as you, where as I scan through, I don't see too much that I'm interested in buying, and at the same time, I certainly wouldn't short this market. I think that'd be pretty crazy. And, so like I said, if you're buying pullbacks right now, well, then you're buying something that's not participating in this rally. And if you're finding something that's run up 4 or 5 days in a row and you want to buy that, well, then you're kind of chasing at that point. So, for me, it's kind of a wait. And to be honest, it's pretty good time to do it. It's holiday, everything's kind of semi-open. Everyone's feeling a little bit lazy. It's not the most productive time of year for most people, obviously. That will start up next week. But yeah, I'm with you, and I just think it's the state of the market, right? So Tesla from TI Strength was great. BW is kind of break even right now. CPIX hasn't triggered yet, but I kind of like the look of this one. If it can get going, it's got a long way to go now to trigger. KBR, that one's been phenomenal, but it's from 45 to 48 in a couple days, and for a fairly boring quote unquote stock, that's a big move for this name already. And then RCUS is about break even. So, I don't think you're wrong to be frustrated that you're not finding anything right now. And the problem with building a scan for consolidation patterns right now is you're going to have a kind of a hard time in general. Now, I'm planning on either this week or next adding some additions to the bull and bear flags. I'm not super happy with how that worked, but there's a new one here. I don't know if my face is covering that. Yeah, it is. If I hit that, does it break anything? Nope, I'm just gone. So yeah, we have this new one here just called Gap and Pull Back to the 10 SMA. And this is a Steve Gomez play that he likes. And I am actually really liking what these put out. So let me you notice I don't have any indicators on right now. That's kind of a New Year's resolution for me, is to remove all moving averages from my chart. But so the premise of this is essentially it's looking for any type of gap to have occurred, right? So with CDRF, you can see the gap right here. It has to be bigger than a few ATR, and then a pullback, and now it's near the 10 SMA. So what was the one that was great? I don't know whether it worked out or not, but it was a great example. Is ACET? Yeah, this one. Right, so a lot of what this one is showing is stocks that gap up like this. Like this one's put in a pretty sizable gap, and then starting to chop sideways with the 10 SMA catching up. And that's just kind of, you got to think about it. For a moving average to catch up, there's only one of two things that can happen, right? Either price is falling or moving sideways. Well, that moving average is kind of catching up. You're never going to have price rocketing and a moving average catch up. So you get a lot of these, I think, really cool looking names. I may need to change some of the gap rules to it, but again, this whole thing's a work in progress. But I have found in some of these cases, I'm finding a lot of stuff. Well, this YEX, for example, right? Big gap here on earnings, and now it's just kind of chopping sideways. The 10 SMA is kind of catching up and holding underneath it. So you can find some stuff from there, and then obviously the bull and bear flag type of thing, which again, I'm going to beef these up. So it was funny when I asked for examples of things that we could build initially, because eventually the Market Explorer is going to have hopefully hundreds of scans. I said, hey, what can we do immediately with pattern recognition being kind of the hardest part, and that's what everyone wanted, was pattern recognition. So I just have to get better at expressing patterns like that into mathematics. But there are some good names that you'll see pop up here. This ARQQ I think is very interesting. It's something I got on watch myself. I don't even know what they do. They have quantum in the name. Does that mean they're like quantum computer stuff? Platform as a service. Okay, so it's just using quantum as a buzzword, like people who don't understand it use. But I just like the fact that it's got, it's not super weak relative to the market because it's holding up pretty well. And it just had this nice bounce off of 20 and then a sideways kind of a bend from there. So that might, these ones may be good for consolidation, but with all of these scans, check back with them pretty frequently because I'm going to be updating all of them kind of as things go on. My dog in the backyard running around. But yeah, I just think, so if you are building a scan for that and you're getting kind of annoyed that that you're not finding anything, I wouldn't blame yourself. I would try to find either when you're looking at the results, always use the history feature and go back like 10, 15 plus days. Or, which is another way, is just to wait until the market kind of chills out. And then from there, go through and say, okay, well, now it's kind of time to start doing it then, which is something that is common, but people don't really get too much, is that when you're trying to build a scan is going to be very important because the data you're going to be looking at is going to be what's going on in the market currently. So if you're looking at, you're trying to find short trading strategies right now. Well, anybody who's been shorting, especially the major indexes, there's a lot of, good shorts in individual names. But anyone who's kind of been heavily shorting the major indexes right now, anyone who's been doing it all year actually, has been getting murdered, right? Because we're in an insane uptrend. So it may not be the best time to look for bearish type strategies. And it may be a better time to wait for bearish type strategy until you have some sort of downside continuation, right? You can see kind of what happened from the lows here and go from there. You won't be able to tweak anything from the Market Explorer because the same thing that's given is given to everybody, right? So you can't do any customization at all to the Market Explorer. What you could do, if you have a suggestion, you can either, reach out to our support. You can, attention me on the email and I'll take a look at it, things like that. But basically the priority in building, because right now the amount of server tech we have allocated to this is small until it kind of proves what's going on from there. So basically we're trying to build stuff that's going to have the greatest impact to the most amount of clients at the time. So I know everybody would love to have a scan built with it. So feel free to certainly submit them. But if it's just one person that we think it will benefit, we'll get to that, but it will just be at some point later. But again, so any suggestions for sure. And Sean there put in the Twitter, any suggestions for sure. Bring them, right? I can't guarantee that they will be implemented, but we can go ahead. And it's because everybody has access to the same thing, right? If you bring up your TI Strength Market Explorer windows, it's going to look the exact same and it's going to have the same input as me. So any changes we make are changes that we make kind of go to everybody. So we need to make sure that those changes are going to be the best for everybody, kind of thing, right? I noticed in the latest beta, the intraday charts are having some issues. Yeah, we know about the issues. So again, you can always reach out, but yeah, we know about those and they're being worked on. We actually have a dev specifically to focus on charts. So we have a guy brought in and his sole purpose is to focus on charts. So our hope is that we'll get those going soon. But yeah, it's just one of those work in progress. You can always revert back if it's being too much of a pain. You can always revert back to old beta. Oh, no problem. And again, thanks for always bringing them up. If you see an error, for sure bring them up. If it's a known thing, we'll let you know it's a known thing, and we'll go from there. But yeah, there are some issues with charts sometimes being slow to load and things like that when we're working on those to try to speed that up. It basically has to do with the more customization we add to things. We need to then add the customization and then make sure that customization gets streamlined. And that's just, as someone who is not a dev, that's just way outside of my purview. Did anyone notice? I actually just noticed the relative volume on the SPY is half. So we're doing half normal volume today. That's just, I think that's telling to what it feels like is going on to the market anyway. Which, this has to be the most vacationed, if not one of the most vacationed weeks of the year. So I wouldn't be shocked if for the rest of the week it's this kind of slow. Same with the Qs, yeah. So, and I think there's probably a lot of hesitancy too of what do you do, right? What do you do when the market's up 5 strong days in a row? Some of these markets, like the RSP, which I use instead of the SPY personally because it's equal weighted as opposed to cap weighted, just cracked through new all-time highs. So I guess that resistance line has to then get removed. Like, what do you do, right? Something goes 4 days up in a row and smacks right into all-time highs. There's a lot of, I don't think I'm the only trader out there who's just not doing anything other than, some of the systematic day trade stuff I have on the go. There's just nothing to do. There's just, as a swing trader, last night I spent probably an hour and a half scanning for setups that I liked and nothing. So that's why I'm hoping this week I'm going to make some big improvements to the Market Explorer because there's nothing really much to do. And I sat looking over at my actual account here. I have everything, set up. All of my orders for entry and all that are set up and good to go. But other than that, I don't really see the reason to be swinging for the fences here. Oh, where's my Twitter? So again, I know it's going to be slow and there's probably not as many new people here. Maybe there is. Maybe there's some people taking advantage of our 25% off sale, which, if you don't know, we are having right now. But I'm just looking at the numbers in the stream here and they're a little lower than normal, which again, I don't blame anybody. I had some old advice from a trading mentor back on the trading floor, the prop firm that I used to trade at. And he basically said, you'll know you made it as a trader when you come in, sit down, stay there all day, and don't do anything. It's because it's one of the hardest things to do is to spend the day doing nothing. But if you were going to, today is definitely one of those days, or this week is probably one of those weeks to either sit there and do nothing all day or just not sit here at all. Right? For me, I'll be doing a lot of review. Right now is a great time. If you've got the time, spend it on reviewing. What did you do this year with your trading? What worked? What didn't? What do you want to do more of this year with your trading? Where do you want to take your trading to? What are your goals for next year? That kind of thing. Revise your trading plan accordingly. I always in this last week do a lot of revision to my trading plan and say, okay, It's time to figure out what worked. Mike C. Any ticks on trapping in the outback? Yeah. There's not much to eat if you go out back there. I saw a deer this morning. Both dogs went insane trying to get it, but good luck. Especially the pit bull I have that's a porker. There's no way she's catching a deer. But yeah, so now's the time for reflecting. Now's the time for creating trading plans. Now's the time to review, were you profitable this year? If so, what were your most profitable trades? How do you find more of them? Were you unprofitable this year? If so, what happened? Right? The market was up all year. Were you shorting the market? Were you, what was going on? And then review your trading plan. And I know there's going to be some people here who still don't have a trading plan, even though we harp on that. Everybody needs their own trading plan. Well, if it's going to be a boring week, which the volume numbers we're looking at is telling us it will be, now would be a good time to sit down and write it, right? I enter a stock for this reason, right? I take profits for this reason. I put my stop loss here for this reason. If the stock gaps against me, I will do this. If the stock gaps for me, I will do this, and just write it all out. We don't have mentorship when it comes to trading. We have one-on-ones you can take if you want someone to talk to you about the actual program, but we don't really mentor traders here. Now, what we do have that I think is a great way to get started, and I'll just put in a link here, is Trade Ideas helped me put this course together with my wife, essentially during the first quarantine, the first lockdown or whatever. And what we did is basically I taught her all of the basics when it came to trading about, the first lessons, what is a stock? And then we do technical analysis and fundamental analysis, statistical analysis, how to build a trading plan, what has to be on the trading plan, a trading checklist that you can build, all of those things. And we it's 39 lessons long, and it's on that site right there, and it's completely free. So if you're new and you're looking for a place to get started, I highly recommend that because it's free. Right? I'm obviously going to be biased, but I have heard some good reviews on the whole course. So I would start there. And then, there's a lot of stuff that we do that might not be direct mentorship, but it's things like this. This chat room's open every day, all day, and Barry's there. He'll answer any questions that you have as things go by, and same with all the traders that come, myself including. Right? I myself am mainly a swing trader. I just find that I do better at swing trading. I have some kind of systematic, robotic day trade stuff. And that's just kind of the way that goes. But before you look for a mentor, make sure you take a course like that teaches all of the basics, right? Because, I don't think anyone should ever charge for the basics because, they're everywhere. Like everything I taught in that course, you could probably find online. There's, what's the old saying? There are no new subjects, just new teachers. So this is basically just me compiling everything that I thought was basic. Move this over here. Right, so, lesson 1. So this is just our goals with this series. Lesson 2, the basic of order types, right? Intro to chartings, the pros and cons, and then if you go all the way down, lesson time to test our knowledge of statistics, right? And then all the way to the bottom, here's how you need a checklist, and here's a trading plan, journaling your trading. Basically everything that I think is a basic tenet of trading is in there. And again, it's free. So it's just on my YouTube channel. So that website just kind of links. So you could get it from my YouTube channel, but that link just kind of has it all there. The web page takes a bit to load because again, it's 39 embedded videos. So after that, might be time maybe to look for a mentor. But first, I think sitting and studying the basics is always going to be very important, right? If you were learning to be a lawyer, right? Step one would be law school, and then step two maybe an apprentice lawyer to make sure that you're kind of achieving that the way you're gonna, kind of thing. But really, I don't really have anything even to waffle on with when it comes to the markets today. Right? They're just kind of blah. Right? They are what they are. Nothing overly is happening too much. Let's go over, maybe I'll bring over my other screen here. Let me make sure there's nothing incriminating. Let's look at the ETF. Oh no, we can do it this way. I always like this channel right here, which is the sector status channel. Did I make Barry take the course? No. So yeah, this is a cool channel, just called Sector Status. It shows you each sector. These are the names inside of the sector, and then what's strong or weak, right? So we'll do that. Get my face out of the way for a second, but you can see that energy is getting hammered, technology is getting hammered, but the rest of them are doing fine, right? So. There's really no sector that's kind of sticking out to me here. Oh, utilities, I guess, are on fire. And that's a generally pretty defensive sector, which is very interesting for something that, the market's doing that well, and the defensive sectors seem to be doing the best here. Because, yeah, consumer staples is doing well. Industrials is doing well. It's interesting. So technology, which is usually kind of a risk-on type sector, that one's doing poorly in comparison to some of these. And this is a way to scan too, if you guys are interested, right? What you can do is you can say, okay, I'm going to look for what the strongest sector is right now, right? So that's right up here at the top. You're talking XLU, right? So just do a simple top-down analysis. And this is something that I do sometimes when my scans are kind of not doing the best for me. But, all of this is going to be S&P 500 related. So you have to know that. But what you can do is say, okay, I want, I can show you some ways to customize this, but I'm going to look at what the strongest sector is right now. Right off the bat, XLU, it's utilities. So then you can go over into XLU, and this is actually ranked by the strongest right now. And you can go through and I can say, or you can sort it by position in year range. So then let me look at what's doing the best here. So EXC looks like it's breaking out, and FE looks like it might be breaking out. So you see how you can go from, right, super broad, say, okay, markets are strong, without a doubt, right? Anyone who comes and tells you that the markets have been weak recently, just run. Then from there, you can say, okay, what sectors are the strongest? And you can look, XLU, XLI, and XLP are going to come from there. And then, right, you can go into those individual sectors and look for what kind of you think is the best of the best, right? So this is a simple way to do a top-down relative strength analysis, right? Now, TI strength does a lot of this for you automatically. Like if you look at TI strength, I think one of the top ranked ones right now is, second ranked is PPL, which is a utility, right? So a lot of this is going to be kind of encompassed in in this as well, right? So there's an oil producer, I guess you could kind of say utilities, right? And industrials, we talked about how industrials are doing good. And right, another oil and gas, right? So it's, again, FE. We just saw FE from the other one, and that's there. So again, TI Strength will do a lot of that for you. But again, if you're interested, you can go through and do it that way that I just showed you as well. Simple ways to make sure that you are in whatever the names are the strongest. And just by doing that, just by sticking with the stuff that's the strongest, I guarantee if you're struggling as a trader, that will help. A lot of people are really focused on the exits, the entries and the exits and all that stuff when it comes to swing trading. Again, you just go where the money's going, right? That's going to be in the whatever the names are strongest. Did I get UEC? No, I didn't. I just I generally wait for the latter half of the day to get in them. I really like this UEC, and I may actually, if we start to rebound, I've got it on another monitor. Anytime you guys see me look that way, it's because I've got another monitor over there. So I may actually have this on if we start to get a turnaround later in the day. But essentially, for people who didn't see my video, what I was looking at in UEC, if you go back, this kind of area right here was very important. Broke out, pulled back into it, and then was kind of just basing above 3 for a while. And then I was just looking at kind of this basic downtrend going on here, looking to see if it broke that downtrend. So it broke that yesterday, put in a great day, and now it's pulled right back down into it. So now is when I'd kind of zoom into like a 10-minute or a 15-minute chart. And if this starts to, rebound, maybe if it gets back through 375 or something, that might be where I'll pick it up as well. But I missed the initial move, unfortunately. But that's just the way it goes, right? I always have 15 or 16 names on watch. I just like entering pretty much everything at the end of the day when it comes from a swing point of view, right? Charles Dow would tell you that the closing price is the only price that matters. I don't know if I'd go that far, but I'd say it's certainly the most important price. Oh, okay, so you're just looking for position range. So yeah, it's just a shortcut. So the easiest way, let me just draw this out. This is right under my camera. So, right, say this is your candle. Let's put a little wick on it, and a wick. Regardless of what time frame, but let's say you're looking at a position in a weekly range, for example. What we do is we basically say, here's the range. Now, instead of looking at that kind of simply and numerically, let's just break it down in a position in kind of thing. So right up here would be right at the high, would be at 100% of the position in range. And then right at the low would be 0. And then in the middle would be 50. So that when we say position in range, we can basically say where is it relative to whatever time frame that is. So when I was talking over here, and I had this sorted by position in range, this one right here, that's what we're talking about, this guy right here. Anything that bar is fully green means it's in the very high end of that range. So this one, for example, is position in year range. So if you take that same example I did of the candle and say that's the yearly candle, then we are in the top end or above that position in range, right? So we're at the highest. So it is kind of a shortcut because if I look over here for XLK, I know that IBM is pretty much right in the middle of its yearly range. I know Groupon is in very much the low end of its yearly range, and I know Juniper is in the very high end of its year range, right? So we can check this just by going IBM, right? And we'll zoom out a little further if you guys don't believe me, but right, it's going to be pretty much smack dab in the middle of its range for the year. And then Groupon, right, is in the very low end of its range. And then Juniper is going to be in the very high end of its range. So you got to think it's kind of like a shortcut chart, right? It just shows you where is this relative to that. And we have year range, we have 9 month, 6 month, 20 day, 10 day, 5 day, like 30 minute, 15 minute, 2 minute, right? Whatever it is that you want to do. I love these as both filters and both as scanning tools. So let me actually bring this in. It's just another. I do a lot of work with virtual machines as a guy who wants to run many versions of trade ideas for different reasons. So this is my ETF watcher. I can't share this because it's just got, because I know someone will ask, but it's just got a custom symbol list on it. But I just added all of the positions in range, right? So if I want to find stuff that's doing in the high end of today's range, I can filter that out and I can see that, well, XLE is right at the low end of today's range and XLU is doing okay, but still a little bit down. And then I could sort by 5-day range and I could say, well, XLU and XLP are right in the top end of the range. So without even looking at the chart, I know these are making basically new 5-day highs or new weekly highs. And I know that UUP, which is the dollar index, is going to be in its weekly range in the lower end, right? Gold is in the middle, but a little bit down, right? So again, yeah, it is just a quick way for me. I can look at this column and I can see the ranges for, if I taken the whole list, I can see the ranges for 5-day, 20-day, 3 month, 6 month, 9 month, year, 2 year, and lifetime just in here. So if you're a relative strength person, you may look at something like XLRE, where you're saying, hey, this is in the high end of its lifetime range, which will also inherently mean it's in the high end of all these other ranges, and then it's in the middle of today's range. So of all the indexes, this XLRE, which is our real estate index, looks like it's going to be the strongest, and vice versa. KWEB, which is the Chinese internet name, is the opposite, right? It's in the lower end of its lifetime range, so therefore it's automatically going to be kind of weak in compared to the rest, and it's also getting hammered today, right? Gold being another one, you can see that lifetime range, it's barely up. 2-year range, it's in the middle. 1-year range in the middle. Basically, gold hasn't done anything for like 20 years. Right? Poor people invested in gold as it just chopped sideways forever and ever and ever. With inflation being the highest since the 1980s, gold still can't get off the mat. But yeah, so it's like a shortcut chart. It's also a good way to build scans. So for example, if you wanted stocks that are in the high end of 20-day range, right? So you want them almost making a new high on the month, but not quite. You could scan for something and say, hey, I want stocks between 80 and 100% of the 20-day range. And what you're going to find is you're going to find a whole bunch of names that are right bumping up against 20-day highs, but not through it. Now, if you wanted stuff that just broke new all-time highs, you could say a minimum of 100 and a maximum of like 110. And again, you're going to find things that are just through their 20-day highs kind of thing. When you go through ETFs and notice the sectors that have strengths, what's the quickest way to go through the indice and get the list of tickers within that ETF? So one of the ways is the channel that I'm on right now, right? So anything you see in this top list is in the S&P 500 technology names. So you can go through here. So for example, if you're a pullback trader, maybe you say, so XLU is doing the best, but AES is down a bit on the day and down a bit on the year. So you may say, hey, XLU is doing well and AES is getting hammered. Maybe I want to focus on that. Another way you can do it is if you go in and configure or build any new scan and you go into symbol lists, you can find this sector ETF, and we have them here as well, right? Consumer discretionary, consumer staples, these basic ones from here, right? You can go through and change those as well. You can also do sectors, right? If you want to go real deep, right? If you just want it, for example, utilities, you can click on that and you see utilities pop up. So if I change that from the S&P 500 utilities, I can change it to all utilities. So now everything in this list is going to be something that in our system classifies as a utility. And then you can wrap whatever around that. So that's another way to do it. And then lastly, every ETF on their website will generally have a list of their holdings. So, for example, I recently, because I always start, like, again, my process is big into little, right? So I was looking at this drive ETF, right? So this is essentially just autonomous vehicles, right? EVs, an ETF made out of them. So I can go through and I can say, right here, basically what I was looking at back here, not so much now, but I was saying, hey, it had this prior base that it broke out of and it came back and it tested it. And anyone who follows me knows that this is kind of my favorite setup, right? I like a cup and handle and I like this, the breakout and pullback. You can go through and you can then Google just DRIV ETF holdings. And everyone, I think they may have to, but you'll usually just find a website somewhere. So these are the things inside the Drive ETF. So now if I wanted to, I could copy this list and then I could paste it into a symbol list and go from there, right? If you wanted to do that. Now, for most ETFs, like the basic SPY sectors, right, I think you're kind of better off just doing this, just like I talked about. If we're saying, okay, well, utilities is doing great right now, I can just start clicking through and going through the utilities. I should probably put a volume filter or something like this. But yeah, that's kind of my process anyways. I have a list that I'm always looking to expand. So if anyone else has a list, you can tweet it at me. That would actually be fun. My Twitter, I'll just type in here, is just Michael Noss, CMT. Very simple. My name, and I'm a CMT. Because I go through about 150 cryptos each night. I go through probably another 100-ish different ETFs for sectors. And then I go through my individual scans. Now, I don't necessarily only look for symbols from those ETFs, but I want to know what kind of world we're playing in right now. So, for example, if I'm doing my scanning tonight and I notice that I found some strong names from XLK, right, or technology names. Well, I know they got hammered a little bit more today than normal, but if we go from here and we kind of take a longer term point of view, which as a swing trader I do, and we say that, sort by 20 day. So if I see stuff from solar stuff from my scans, right? First, I've already done the analysis on the solar ETF, right? I've already, and I may be interested in this because it comes all the way down right here. I may say, okay, I think solar is good for a bounce. And that will have something I never go anywhere without this thing. Well, Sean can tell you. He saw me travel the world with this friggin' thing. My glorified notepad. It will have things like, I think solar is going to bounce. And then from there, if I'm going through my scans and then I find that, let me resize this. That there's something that comes through, like I don't know, First Solar or something. I may look at that and say, okay, well, I think the solar sector is interesting right now. Therefore, I will look at some of these other names, right? So when I was looking at Drive, and I said, hey, that was a good looking chart when it was kind of way back in this area, I could go through and say, okay, now if I see an EV pop up or something EV related, then I could go and I'd be interested in placing that trade. Like was an amazing trade that I was super interested in. I missed this one as well, but I just like this really long base that was occurring in this which is some Israeli automotive. They make batteries or something. I don't know. I missed the trade, but the idea made sense, right? I had my EV that I liked, and then I had something that was in the EV space that I really like the technical pattern on. So again, top down. The issue that people have with this that I think will cause the most problems is that's a lot of work, right? Most people, especially people who buy scanning softwares, quite often want to make lives a little easier for themselves. But I really think that work is important. Because if you just think about trading like anything else, I do 500 charts a night, every night, which again is why I'm usually lazy during the day. Because starting an hour into the close and then going for probably about 2 hours after that, I go through charts and I go through charts and I go through charts. So if you're just doing a couple, if you've got a scan that has 5 charts and you're just looking at those 5 charts and then moving on, I've done 100 times the amount of work you've done. So again, I look at it as a guy who works out and stuff like that. I know the more reps that you put in with pretty much anything, the better you'll be at it eventually. I'm certainly not at a point where I would consider complete mastery of anything. I don't know if I'll ever get to that point where I consider complete mastery, but I know that my process will at least, put in that kind of work. And it's not like it's deep focused work. It's what sectors do I like and what cryptos do I like and all of this, and then narrow it down through. So then the reason that I've used trade ideas, and for those who don't know, I used trade ideas for 15 years before I ever started consulting with them like I am now. And that was one of the primary reasons for it is, yes, I use Brokers Plus to do some auto trading. I would use the alert windows to, when I was really big into day trading, to alert me of certain things. But I always just think of how much longer my nightly process would be if I didn't have trade ideas, right? If I didn't have a scanning tool in which I can set up my whole process around. And this is why I always kind of harp on people who are just like, give me the scan that will make me a bunch of money. And in my opinion, that's not what technology is for, right? It's for, here is my process that I feel like I need to do every day in order to get my edge in the market. Now, what is the tool that does the best job of making that edge the most streamlined and easy as it can, right? And that's what I use trade ideas for. I can do this top-down analysis that I've just showed you guys. And then at the same time, I can set either, so say, right, I've done my analysis. I said, okay, XLU is doing the best today. I've clicked on XLU. I have a chart here that, if I was doing it, would be much, much bigger, but there's only so much room for this. This breakdown. And maybe I look at XLU and I go, okay, this is a good chart. I think it will continue. And then I do my analysis and I say, okay, EXC is breaking out. Maybe I like this over 55.50, which actually doesn't look too bad because it's breaking out of this long base. It's put in another long base in the 15. I can do one of two things. I can either right click and pop a price alert in there and then I'm done with it. Right? It will alert me tomorrow or the next day or even today if that happens. Or if I had Brokerage Plus connected, I could just initiate a buy and I could just click to buy it there. And then what would happen is it would put out a stop limit order to get me into that trade if and when that thing occurred. So, you know, that's what I think the power of stuff like trade ideas and things like that is. Just, it's to simplify your process. And this is why, again, I always harp on trading plans, because if you don't have a trading plan, then you don't have a process. And then I could give you a scan that I could say, this is an amazing scan. If you don't have a process, then it's not going to work. And trading, because of its random nature, is way more process dependent than I think most other things, right? You can, if you work a 9 to 5 at a call center or a bank or something like that, they've done that work for you. You come in at this time, you sit down at this time, you do this amount of work, you go home, right? When you're trading, it's very, very much about your process, because even if you're the best trader in the world, you will have losing days and weeks and months, and it's random, right? It's going to happen. But having a process that you've built yourself and you've written down and you have a trading plan for will just help you say, okay, I'm just going to keep going with my process, and eventually something will break. And in my experience, eventually it always does. It might take longer than I like, but eventually, same with when I was day trading. I may have a week where every day I lost money that week, and I just come in and say, here's my process. I'm just going to keep going through it. A big enough drawdown, it's time to review your process, but you can go from there as well. I learned very quickly that what comes through a scan is never equates to a buy signal. That's right. A scan is just to simplify your life, right? I like to buy stocks that do this. Now let me find a scan that presents me as many of those opportunities as I can, so that I can make the decision whether or not they're a good idea. The people who say, I want to scan to tell me what to do, it's just like a doomed to failure kind of thing. So that's good. And then another comment, I've had trade ideas for almost a year and I don't use a tenth of what it's capable of. I have had trade ideas for 20 years and I probably use a tenth of what it's capable of, right? So that's kind of the point of the rant, I guess. The people who follow me always just call it NOS rants, so I'd be shocked if I don't see someone. But the point of it is, I don't think you need to use all of it. I don't think you need to use most of it. I don't think 90%, like Barry, for example, uses alert windows almost exclusively. He does some nighttime scanning and that kind of stuff, but because he's a scalper, he needs things that meet his trading plan presented to him super quickly, and he's going to use that. I don't see Barry using the Market Explorer too much, even though we built his magic 820 crossover scan into it. But he's not going to use all of what it is. He doesn't use Brokerage Plus for his own trading because he likes to enter and exit things himself, right? So he's going to use, if you think of a Venn diagram of this is what Trade Ideas uses, and then there's going to be all these other little Venn diagrams of, right, this is what Michael uses, and this is what Steve uses, and this is what Sean uses, and this is what, right? Like Sean, I know, really likes the TI strength stuff, right? He comes on every Monday and he talks about all the relative strength names that look interesting to him. So he's using this very small subset. For him, I know he likes insanely strong stocks that are making like new 52-week highs and breaking out. That's his focus. So he shouldn't use like the AI, and he shouldn't use all of these other things. For me, again, it's the other way around, where I've got this thing that I've got my own top-down analysis. I've got a handful of patterns that I look for. I got a handful of scans that I use, and I ignore the rest, right? And then Barry's going to come in. He's going to use something different. So again, we have, I don't know if you've taken the full TI University, but I can give you that link, and that has, where is that? Yeah. See, there's 4 lessons in this, right? So there's 101, 201, 301, 401. So 301 and 401 will be the more advanced type stuff. But to be honest, if you've been using Trade Ideas for a year, I'm sure you get the basics. What I would just do is say, is this enough for my trading plan? So visualize your trading plan first. This is what I want to accomplish with my trading, right? I want to be a scalper for a living, which would be someone like Barry. For me, I want to be a swing trader to grow wealth, right? I want to uh, invest and I want to find stuff with like high dividend yields or PE ratios or whatever that is, right? So first you find out what you want to do. And then the beauty of that is you could come here on any of these days. I might hear every Tuesday, but there's someone here every day and say, okay, I figured it out. I want to invest in high growth names that are making new 52-week highs and blah, 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 blah. And then we could build a scan for you. And then you go, there you go. And if that works for you, don't use anything else. Like this is, I have 2 giant monitors, right? But this is pretty much all I look at all day. Right? It has TI strength here instead of this crossover. I don't like moving average crossovers. I think there's been enough math to prove that they don't work, but some people like them, so we built them. But I will just focus on this. And then at night, I have another layout that I switch to that has, well, this is my nighttime layout. Right? So you notice that these things are compared to someone who's kind of scalping all day or something. I don't have really any alert windows that I use. I mainly use topless windows. And then I've just got a handful of scans that I go through each night that are scans that attempt to find things based on my trading plan. And then the rest of it I ignore. Right? So, again, focus on, there is certainly information overload and analysis paralysis that could occur. And don't worry about that, right? Just find what your goal is, build something that makes sense for that goal, ignore the rest, right? So Mike C's already given me the hook here. So since he's trying to kick me out. So thank you everyone for coming out. Again, you can always find me on Twitter. It's just at Michael Noss, CMT. I have a web.
American Eagle, for some reason, is popping up a little bit. AEO. Where's the high? Looking left is 24.51. I guess if it can take that out, the next high is 26. That's interesting. For whatever reason, American Eagle is alive. Yeah, the APPS. I mean, again, this was an AI alert. All right, I haven't seen this one for a while. There's Vintage Wine Estates. It almost looks like WWE, but it isn't, of course. It's VWE. VWE is popping up here. VWE? VWE is popping up, surging here, guys. And this is one that's shortable. So, for me anyway, Interactive Brokers. So, I'll be paying an eye. Final trade recommendation for CNBC. Okay. Yeah, I do see that. Thank you, Pepe. I'm back in. What's the float? 23 million. So it's a fairly low float. VWE, fairly low float. The high, I think, is around 1349. That's the all-time high. So it's within about 30% of that. But already selling pressure. Already. So only listen to you, a perfect circle. That's it. Only resolution. Apron continues. APRN, guys. APRN continues. Had a big bottoming tail here. Maybe that's it for a while, but so again, we've got the tech down. Dow is still up a little bit. SPY's up a little. Most of the tech stocks are getting beaten up a little bit. So, guys, you see how this can work. I mean, you know, I use this in the simulator, right? I took this ALLO trade, ALLO, took the trade 1614, okay? I had my stop in here. This is in the simulator, 1595. So you see, you know, a manageable, again, in the simulator, a manageable loss of 100 rather than getting stubborn and having that turn into maybe a $300 loss if I'm not out of that trade now. So that's, you know, how you can practice trading and practice, you know, placing stops. And more importantly, almost, is practice obeying your stops, not just placing them and then second guessing yourself and thinking, maybe that stop is too tight or I don't know how to place it exactly. Is it over $1 yet, FTK? We think this is worth 250. That's like the BBIO. I mean, you know, the BBIO. You know, I still think it's super interesting. There is your trend, but you know, has not been smooth. Even on a 15-minute chart, it has not been smooth. So look at the volume of a CPOP on the 15-minute chart. You can just see that it still did not really pop. I mean, I know there were about 7 minutes left for this one, but nothing extraordinary, even though the volume looked pretty, interesting on the 5. But look how it's just dwindled down. It was almost like the three of them got together because, it's one thing to have price targets. Usually they're not exactly the same, though. But all three of them, for whatever reason, have put a $24 price target for BBIO. All three of them. You would almost think they colluded. All right, guys, I'm getting 0 new alerts. Let me, that F-Tech, did it take out, Flowtech, did it take out $9 at? No. Lots of volume, though. A lot of volume coming into it. Another virus play, AUVI, ultraviolet. Okay, UV, another all-time low now for AUVI. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Oh, I didn't even notice this one, SHCR. Shoot, I didn't even notice this one. Came in at 11:15. I don't know how I missed it. I mean, not that it's been incredible, but we had the alert at 441, got down to 416. That would have been okay. That's an all-time low. I don't know if this is an IPO here, if this was a SPAC that turned into this. Whatever it is, it did not do well since it started trading as SHCR. Another one that's just absolutely getting just cratering, almost an all-time low for VLDR. Wow. Yeah, maybe 24, but it is a little strange, to see the same price target for all three of them. I'm talking about, you and I are talking about BBI. You were going to swing CPOP, all right? Maybe. Why would you? I'm just trying to figure out why you would want to swing this one. I mean, and obviously I had a great day and all that, 130 times normal, traded the float. Um, why do you think it's going to sustain itself? Well, the volume, no question, the volume is fantastic. But what is going to sustain it going forward? Okay, boys, take that off topic. Your vax comments, take it off topic. See, one of the things is too. I mean, listen, I'm not. You know me. I'm not trying to talk you out of it. There's no news on it other than there's no news on it that I can see. Maybe it turns. Maybe it's a Reddit stock now. I don't know, but there's no news on it. Wow, so much for that news. For the apps, from 70 to drop $10 from the pre-market highs. Wow. The best resource to learn to build alerts and top lists. The best. I don't know about the best. First of all, when you say brand new, you mean literally brand new? You just took out a. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room, so I'm talking to you, Scott. When you say you're brand new, you just took out a subscription? I mean, the first thing I would do is just get at least understanding what alert windows are and what top list windows are. Oh, you're new here. Oh, so you're not new to trade ideas. Okay. Well, it's a pretty tough question. I mean, it depends on the type of alert you're looking for in top list. I mean, I'm a momentum trader, so I mean, the things that I have are ideal for me, as an example. They may not be ideal for you. You can take a look at some of the scans that I am sharing. I don't know if you've seen them, and I've tried to name them in a way that might make sense. So these are the scans that I'm sharing. So if you click on that link that I just put in there, and if you go to the scan section, click here. All right. So I mean, but a lot of these are what I like to trade. But I mean, I don't trade the biggest pullback on winners or the biggest pull-ups on losers. I have them here available for people who want to see something like that. I've got bouncers and toppers. I mean, when I say I don't trade them, I don't have these up and running. Bouncers and toppers. So, these are bouncers or stocks that have been beaten up and maybe due for a bounce. Toppers, the reverse. gap continuation or reversals. So I have some different types of scans here. I don't use them all, but you can. Well, again, when you say learn a strategy, I don't know what you mean by that. They're if you're looking for pullbacks, and you can take a look at something like this. These are stocks that are pulling back. They're still winning stocks for the day, but they're pulling back. Um, I don't call these strategies as such. These are ideas that have been generated, as an example. I don't know if that's helping, but everybody, you have to develop your own trading style, I guess. My trading style is somebody who likes to see stocks, making new highs or new lows for the day and then going from there. No, it doesn't. You have to go to, we have one more step, okay? Sorry, one more step. So when you click on the link, you should see this. Okay? And then you click here for my scans. It's a section. Okay, I've got 4 sections on my home page. This section right here, my scans. Okay? All right, well, I'm going to, okay, this is what I posted here. I'm going to click on the link. This is the link that I gave. When I click on it, this is exactly what I see. This is exactly what I see when I click on the link that I put in YouTube. Oops, just a minute, please. Okay, that's what I see, and then just go to this section right here. Now, if you're not taken to this homepage, I don't know what to say, because I did click on the link, the exact link. Okay, good, good. And then just click on my scan section, and here they are. All right, NGCA. Let's take a look at, yeah, that has to be a SPAC. NGCA. I haven't, is it showing up anywhere? Little bit of volume, yeah. All right, guys, so everything is really quieted down for me here. Okay, the little shift pixie. Shift, I'm going to say that really carefully. The shift pixie. Some volume coming in. It came into the scanner, my option scanner, at $1. I don't have anything less than $1, so that was my. So why? But let's take a look here. Probably some resistance around 120 or so. So I'm not in love with this one. I wish all this weren't right on top of it. Let's see if there's any sort of news on that. I don't see any specific news. Well, again, this is what I'm talking about right there. Well, lots of volume coming in. There's got to be something, but I don't see it. There's got to be something though. It's fairly low float, 15 million in the float. I mean, it's surging now. You would think that there's a lot of resistance right around that 120 level. Probably. Yeah, another one almost at an all-time low. ABCL. Wow, look at this. I mean, look at these stocks, guys. Remember the market's making all-time highs, but we're just seeing stocks that have, been beaten up and up and up and up. All these smaller ones, I guess. Oh, another one. Look at this. Look at this one. I mean, I guess this was a SPAC. Became FATH yesterday. Then look at it. Yeah, so that was a SPAC. Started trading yesterday and just sinking here. All right, so you can create custom formulas that are going to show you that, okay? Because we do have those data points. So if you're talking about having, say, in a column, you want to have the high of the pre-market, low of the pre-market, and the open. You can do something like that, but it would require a custom formula if you know how to create one. I can give you an idea about how to do it. But before I say that, let me make sure. Okay, so these are the data points that you can use, okay? Well, it's probably hard to see, but let me make sure before I keep going. Okay, so pre-market high, pre-market lows, okay? I mean, these are really simple formulas. High underscore pre, low underscore pre, okay? And then the open, today's open is called expected underscore open. So these are the actual formulas to use, okay? Now, in order So first of all, have you ever created a custom formula before? Okay, so well, it's a little bit different, obviously. So I'll give you a. I mean, you can go to our user guide, but I did create a video that I did a while back. Let me just. Here we go. Okay, I want to put this in our tech support. Okay, I'll put it in the tech support tab. Okay, let's see, trader. Okay, I'm going to put it in the tech support tab. Okay, so that's how you create a custom formula. Excuse me. And then the formulas to use. There's one, obviously, for the high in the pre-market, low in the pre-market, and then the other one is expected open, today's open. Okay, so those are the three I can give you this page because this page, this link has all of the data points that you can use to create custom formulas. So I'll just give you this, and that I think is on page 5. So if you follow how to create it, how to create a custom formula, and then what happens is those will be added like filters, just like any other filter you've got. And then what you can do is, if you want, you can add them as columns. Okay, just like, these are just filters, right? Price, change from the close. Well, these are just filters. And you would see that when you create those, then you just have to, give them a name, as I say, that makes sense. So because you can search on it, and then when you find it, you can say show column. And so if that's what you want, in order to, as a reference, to show what the pre-market high, pre-market low, and the open was, if that's what you're looking for, just as a reference. Okay, great. You can also put it in your single stock window. These are my single stock window. I mean, this is customizable. This is just what I like to see. But you could, at a glance, if you don't want to put all those data points in every single alert window and top list window and all that, you could just add them. You could add it here in a single stock window. So when you click on an alert, you can quickly look. If that's, you can also do it that way, because these are just filters. Everything you see here is just a filter. So if I right click and configure, and these are just filters. I can add any filter I want in here, and that's just as at a glance. So it's up to you, how you want to do it. Let me know if you're able to create the custom formula, and then. Yeah, that's why I do it this way. I don't want to have then my alert windows, my top list windows. If I had to put all these filters as all these columns, I mean, it would be just too much of a mess, taking up too much screen space. So why not, at a glance, put the ones you want in a single stock window? Well, again, you can go to the swing trading. There's a tab called swing trading. Okay, you can go in here. I don't talk about swing trading very much because I don't really swing trade. I think I answered you before, though. You can go. We do have a channel called Swing Ideas. You can take a look at that. But you can take a look. Can you see this tab called swing trading? There are people talking about swing trading. Okay. And then one of our channels, if you click on new, dock channel bar, one of the channels is called Swing Ideas, I believe. Swing Ideas, okay? And you can take a look at that. Strength alerts too. Yeah, I mean you can take a look at this. I don't really because I'm not much of a swing trader, but if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, you have access to what we call these strength alerts. So if you click on new and then the dock channel bar and you click on strength alerts, these are 5 ideas a week, okay? And you can take a look at them. It's kind of laid out. How you're going to trade them is up to you, but I mean, it is laid out like this, an entry and a stop. You have 5 of them a week. And this is a separate, if you're a subscriber to Trade Ideas, be it standard or premium, this is, all you have to do to access it is just click on the strength alerts from the toolbar. Otherwise, it is a real basic subscription of $17 a month. I'll pop that in. But again, you don't have to subscribe to it if you're already a subscriber of Trade Ideas. It comes with the service. But if a person wanted to just start off with those strength alerts and see what they're all about, you can click on the strength alerts. He must not have heard me because I mentioned that he asked that question earlier. He must not have heard me. All right, the donut now. Are you getting ripe for a short? Ah, son of a... Yeah, I'm a little surprised myself. I would have thought this would be lots of shorts available for a donut at Interactive Brokers, just not available. Not yet, anyway. All right, guys. So I am going to be watching this ISIG later on. What time is it? 1:36. So I'm going to watch this one later on. See if it takes out this this 2166 area. See if it gets that rolling again. It's just kind of sitting doing nothing right now, but I refuse to believe it's just going to sit here. But as always, what do we need? Volume. We need volume. So no volume right now, so there's no point in even, in my opinion anyway, attempting to trade it. Well, it might be a good thing there are no shorts available for donut right now anyway. DNUT. It's still... So this is, you know what, I have to say, I mean, this is actually not a bad IPO. I mean, it's IPO'd again after a few years, and it came back in July of this year. I mean, it sank, got as high as 21, all the way down to 12. But at least it's coming back. At least it looks like this as opposed to straight down like so many other IPOs. See if there's any specific news. All right, they're really trying to pump this thing. Encourages fam to raise a glaze to 2022, offering 2 original glazed dozens for just $12 up until January 2nd. So a little bit of promotion by. Ooh, is this one? All right, guys, there's another one, all-time low, AGMH. Showing up in the, I mean, it's a cheap one. Boy, look at this one. I mean, from $10 down to $3 in about, what, 3 weeks? Well, I'm going to watch this one. I'm going to watch this one to see if it gets back down to this level, low 290s. I might take a short on it if it does. There are lots of shorts available, Interactive Brokers, so that's not an issue. Even this one was a good one. I mean, 441, I just completely and utterly missed it. I don't know how I missed it. The ones I love from the 10-day daily breakdown are not only that, but when they're making all-time lows, which this one was. We had the alert at 441, 419 now. Well, I'm not afraid, but oh my gosh, look at this cron. So what is MJ doing? Cannabis plays. MJ. Terrible. Look at this monthly chart on MJ. William, I can't tell. Are you going long? APPS? You keep adding as a long, or are you? Well, I guess there are a number of ways. I mean, I don't look at it quite like this, but I mean, if a stock's at an all-time low, I always think, well, okay, especially if there's news on the day of. I mean, eventually, yes, there might be people stepping in to buy. I just keep watching it until I see any sort of a pop. I'll just keep into the trade. I mean, I don't want to say it's that simple, but it's almost that simple for me. We've seen many times where some of these stocks that have been beaten up are already down 100 or 200%. well, not 100%, but down, say 50%, 60%, and they keep moving down, eventually, yes, maybe somebody steps in or people step in and start to buy it, but usually that takes a while. Well, for me, AGMH, as an example, if I got into this one, I'd be putting like a three break. I'd like to see this one get into the 280s, high 280s, probably take it, goes back up to three, I'm out. It's really almost that simple for me. I have no target because you're right, it's an all-time low, so there's no chart, support. But it's not for everybody. The play is not for everybody. The other way to do it is, okay, let's just say I took this trade at 290 and I put a $3 and I put a 10-cent stop on it just for fun, okay? If I get into a trade, my expectation has to be at least a 1 for 2 risk reward, okay? So if I get into this trade and I have a 10-cent stop, my expectation has to be that I can at least, if I got in at 290, that it could go down to 270. My expectation is there because there's nothing holding it up, right? I mean, there's no support on the chart. So let's say it gets down to the 270 level. So then I go to the next RR, another 20 cents. And I can keep kind of looking at it that way. Then all of a sudden, if it pops up through the previous RR, this sound maybe a little confusing. Maybe I take some out. So let's just say, again, I get into a trade at 290 with a 10-cent stop. It goes down to 270, 265, 260, and then it starts to move higher. It may be back up to 270. Probably, in my mind, I would take some out, okay, because it's back up to that 1 for 2 RR, risk reward. And then wait to see what happens. And then if it continues down, then I'm good. If it moves right back up to where I shorted it, well, at least I made some money. But, it requires, you got to be watching it. But, I mean, most of these ones that are making all-time lows, I mean, especially on news, I mean, it takes a bit for somebody, for a bunch of investors or a group of traders to step in and try to buy it. Especially if it's really bad news. Well, I mean, it's I don't know how low it is. I mean, it's 9 times normal. Now, the only thing is a low float, so that, but I'm just as an example, okay? Just as an example. I mean, I don't love shorting these really cheap ones, but on the other hand, we've seen where, stock can go from 3 to 250, and that's a great percentage move. But I'm really not one to put targets so much. I mean, if I'm going long something, I'm looking left on a daily or a monthly or a weekly chart to see where the next high is. Some might say, well, that's your target. Maybe it's not really a target to me. It's just where I think, okay, I know it could get blocked there. The other thing I'm always aware, of course, are whole numbers. I mean, if I had, unfortunately, I didn't see this alert. I don't know why I didn't, but anyway, had I seen this one, would have been very interested. There it is at 441. So to me, the whole number can really block it. Also, I mean, it's just psychological. All right. So if I had been in this short, around that 441, I would not have taken anything out. There's no reason. Look at this straight down on the 15s. You know, really not that much of movement up, a little bit on the fives, but I probably would still be in this short, but very aware of 4 that might block it for a while. Again, nothing easy about BBIO, but going in the right direction, but nothing easy about it. You know, I mean, all you can say is that, well, the trend is in essence, it is up, but, you know, we've had definitely some good chop, or bad chop, I guess. All right, guys, BBIO just made a new high. Well, look at the pop here. This was such a wild one last 3 days. Look at ENSC, guys. This got halted, and we could be in for a monster open. Could be in for a month. Well, when I first saw this, it said 550, 550, but we'll see what happens. So we got halted. This is, you can't see the symbol here, but it is the ENSC. Yeah, there's another way. I mean, I don't use fibs that much, but yeah, absolutely another way. I guess you can take a look at that. I guess I'm more of a bit of a field trader in that regard. BCLI did? Okay. Okay, so this is, this is a real choppy daily chart, like very choppy. Up, down, up, down, up, down. So, I mean, best I can say is there's the next high looking left at 418. It may struggle to get through that. They're a horrible looking daily chart. I mean, there was some news this morning, I guess. Oh, yesterday, I guess. Today's the 27th, right? Yeah. So yesterday, but to me, it's a daily chart that I just don't like. Well, let's see. 5.5 so far. And the next high looking left is way up here. It's almost $7. So that's all traders are looking at right now. Low float, 7.7 million. If you're wondering what this blue box is, this is from Interactive Brokers. Your broker will have something similar, nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales. You can see there's the halt at 480. If it is a 5-minute halt, it'll open at 154 plus 58 seconds, so basically a 155. If it is a 5-minute halt. Like typically that's what halts are. Another high flyer from last week, or the past few weeks. This has been almost straight up. The SRTS finally giving it up. This is mainly today. This is mainly today. Boy, it takes this out 682. I mean, the support might be about 580. So maybe 617. I mean, there's the low, and some volume came in. People just dumping this one right now, SRTS. Whoa, guys, the APT now really gave it up. Boy, anybody shorting that one? 830 down to 654. However, I want to see how this ENSC opens. This should open in should open in 5 seconds if it's a 5-minute halt. 2, 1, boom! There it is, guys. So just opened. All right. Actually, you know what? This takes out that 480. That's where it got halted. I'm gonna put my alert right there because if it takes out that, there we go. Takes out that 480 in a big way and goes through 5. I mean, just look left. I mean, that's all traders are looking at right now. They're looking at 2 days ago, got up to $7. They're going, okay, kind of, fill in this void somewhat. 5 is a tough one though, psychologically to get through that 5. In my opinion. Again, this is a low flow situation, 7.7 million in the float. It's not really trading abnormally. It's only 0.68. Mainly because of this week here, this was an extraordinary week, of course, or day. This was 150 million share day. Yeah, I have that one thumbnailed right here. I actually have an alert set around 2187 right there for the ISIG. Boy, watch for that big 480 to $5 pop for ENSC, guys. I mean, this, briefly got above it, but volume is still pretty good. Meanwhile, the volume is coming in. There we go. The volume came into ISIG. Volume came in. You see that volume bar right there? Good volume still for ISIG. Good volume. Look at that. You see how it's picking up? What time is it? So has another minute to close on this 15 minute right there. Volume picking up. What we need is another big volume bar just to keep it going. Keep an eye on this ENSC, guys. I mean, this, it's just sort of resting here. It takes out this 480 with any authority with some volume. I mean, it may not happen. It may not happen, but I've got my Pepe. They're getting smarter. They're not. They're creating a different sort of a something that YouTube can't put a parentheses around yet. This is what I mean right there. You see? Give me a moment, please. I'm just making an adjustment to a couple of my other windows. Okay, so that's my. ISIG, guys, I mean, it is whippy, but it is holding this over that 2150 level pretty nicely. Getting close to that 22 again. Keep an eye on the SIG. Not for everybody, If you're going to do it and you're new, or even if you're old, I wouldn't take too many shares, but I mean old as in age. I mean, if you're a new trader or you've been trading for a while, it's still very, very whippy. Yeah, we got a big disconnect going, guys. We have our growth stocks versus our value stocks. So Dow is up, value versus growth down. All right, guys, get ready. ISIG over 22. Boy, it's a tough spread. At least it can be a tough spread. Guys, I'm just really concentrating on this ISIG. Yeah, the problem is you got to really have to really be watching it because it can just explode just like that. So I have to be watching it as opposed to just putting a simple price alert. Come on, crack it or don't. I'm looking at about a 2112 or 2212 on that ISIG. See if it gets up to that area. Just want to see a clear 22 by a bit. Yeah, boy, we got a topping tail here in the 2, a bottoming tail. So there's right now there's this indecision. Yeah, I see your the SRTS that show up on your scan as a potential bounce, 608. come on. I'm fixated on the ISIG in case it. All right, got to put my alert again for ISIG. Yeah, it really was uneventful, really. I mean, if you had shorts, it was great, but I was really kind of hoping it would take up that 480 again and start to run, and traders would be looking at that high of a couple of days ago, but it didn't happen. Well, there's a big sell-off for BBIO. I guess Goldman got other clients out. Oh, how low is this one? Wow, another one almost at an all-time low. CLOV, almost an all-time low. Wow. Yeah, another one. Yeah, almost an all-time low with Wish. Another one that was flying high. This was definitely a meme stock back here. Memers drove it up to 33. Only lost about 90%. Yeah, Hood, I mean, looks like that was when I looked at it last, that was very close to an all-time low. Yeah, 0.8%. All right, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Don't see the porch from that one. PRCH, you don't see it. Was that in the bounce play or the topping play? You know what? I made an adjustment, so I probably got rid of bounce play. I made an adjustment, so I probably got rid of it. Yeah, I see it now. Okay. Just did a history. MP is there too, yes. I just made it, I haven't got any of the original alerts. I have to do a history on it. It was there. I'm not as in tune with the bounce plays as I am with the ones to short for some reason. Well, don't look now, but SOPA, SOPA is trying to do something. Maybe. Choppy though, guys. This is a very, right now, this is a very choppy day. For the things that I'm looking at. But look at SOPA here. I mean, it looks a lot better on a 5-minute chart. But no volume. You see, no volume. No volume for that little push. Not going to give up on the ISIG, guys. Just in case later on it just rips and it starts to really challenge that high. Kind of like this, kind of like this. I don't think it's over. Oh, E-Trade? Are you? Wow, E-Trade got rid of trade at his maybe 2 years ago, David. Maybe a year ago. It was so old. I mean, the version they had, it was so old. It's been 2 years now? Okay. I thought it was maybe the start of this year, but I knew it was sort of a January thing. Drawer, I have no idea. I don't. First of all, the imbalance is usually Are you talking about our imbalance here? And that's only at the end of the day, like 5 minutes. That's all we have for imbalance. Uh, and I have no idea. I don't look at this at all. Okay, so you're not talking about the technical this term called imbalance. And are you talking about? You're not talking about the spread. You're talking about the actual. See, I don't look at level two. If that's what you're talking about, I don't look at level two at all. If you're talking about the difference between the bid and the ask. Well, that's another thing. But I don't know what you mean by 10 times. At any rate, I don't analyze it that closely. Like maybe you're wondering. Yeah, but I don't. What do you mean by 10 times? What if this was 252, 270? Well, what ratio are you using? As an example, what if this were 253? So that's 50 cents. But anyway, I don't. If the spread is so crazy, I don't even look at it then. Yeah. So again, I don't look at the. So you're talking now. You're talking about level two. I don't look at it at all. So others who might use level two, or maybe they have an opinion. I just don't look at it. And that is not to dismiss it. It's just that I don't pay attention to level two at all. I just think too many games are played. That's all. I mean, they can put bids in, yank them, put things in at the ask, things at the bid, yank them. So it looks one way and is really not. That's my opinion. All right. I'm not saying. And listen, anybody who uses level two and they use it to their advantage, fantastic. This is not to say don't do it, but I just don't even pay attention to it. And there you go. Zach loves level two. So he's found a way to use it, and more power to him. Fuel cell has moved. Yeah, tomorrow, pre-market. Well, based on what's happening now, nobody's really giving him a good shot, are they? Okay, guys, ISIG, are you going to pop through 22 again? Fascinating, this trading for this one. Now, somebody asked about BCLI just a while ago, and I was saying I didn't like this daily chart. I mean, look, I mean, it's approaching that high, 420. Oop, bit of a rug pull for the ISIG. Yeah, this is getting frisky again. The ANA, I mean, this is just one from last week, guys. I mean, just have to look at it. I'm not saying it's going to get back up here, but that's all traders are looking at. The old what if scenario, $7, and it's only 2 days ago. Well, I wish you luck. I'm not in this one yet. As a long, I'll probably get interested in this level if it does. So then I take it, Rory, you did not have a stop, right? I mean, there's no, I really, when I hear people saying that I got badly hurt by something, that obviously, and I'm not trying to dump on you. This is just a general statement, but we always talk about it. You get into a trade, be it a swing trade or a day trade. Have a price where you're going to get out of the stock as a manageable loss. That if you don't have a plan like that, I mean, hey, you might get lucky. You might, something might happen and it might turn around and rip for you. But I'm telling you, if you don't have a plan to get out of a trade when it's not working, I just don't think that's a good way to trade. And when I say you might get lucky, I was not specifically talking about OCGN, just talking in general. You know that sometimes you'll put a stop in and you won't obey it. Because you can't believe it. You just cannot believe the trade isn't working. And so instead of obeying the stop, you disobey it and you allow it to keep running down and down and down and down. And man, that's a really really tough feeling. Hard to trade psychologically, really hard to trade because it affects your whole mental balance, in my opinion. You talk about an imbalance, that is an imbalance. So, David, this is what we have for options, okay? Right click, configure, this is what we have. So if you're asking for that specific thing, no, but this is what we have. Just type in options in the search box. So we have some obvious ones. We have the put call ratio. Options volume, what this was referring to is the average number of contracts, total contracts over the last 10 days. This is the option volume today, put and call volume today, and then this is the kind of the key one. This option volume today percent. Okay, so for instance, in my scanner that I call usually strong options volume, and I'm not trading options, okay, but it has to be at least a minimum of 2,000 contracts and it has to be 3 times normal. Okay, so for instance, in this case, if a stock has traded 2,000 contracts right on the number, that means for me to see that stock today, the average would have had to been about 667 contracts over the last 10 days, right? 3 times that. Okay. So does that help you trade options? I have no idea. There are people who say it does, but I can't attest to that because again, I don't trade options. No. Well, I've never used it. We have a volatility, something called volatility, which I've never used, and you can check to see what it means. Okay, here's volatility as an example. Okay, dollars or percent. You can click on it, and you can click on help, and it'll give you the definition. I've never used it. Okay. This is what it is. Big, big, big definition. Okay. All right, guys, it is 2:32, so sticking with what I've been doing for the last couple of weeks, I'll keep the room open till 3:30. I'll mute myself at 3. I'll always pop back in. If there are some questions, I will get back on the mic again. But I will keep the room open till 3:30, and then from between 3:30 and 4:30, if you want to head over to our YouTube room, Chris will be there for an hour, and he's there Monday to Friday. Okay, one moment, please. And I think this is probably the last day for this code. We'll probably have a New Year's code, but I don't think it's live yet. So this is the last day for this code. This code I'm talking about is the promotion code for 25%, promo code for 25% off. Okay, so again, if you do want to take out a subscription, you just click on my homepage link. Be brought to this page. And here's the code, Jolly25. Still alive. I know it said December 27th, but usually it's always a day after. So my expectation is that it'll be gone tonight. So if you do want to take advantage of a 25% off the first month only or the entire year, and again, it's a great opportunity. You can try us out for a month. You can go to a monthly plan, try us out, either standard or premium. You'll get the 25% off the first month. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you pay going forward. But you can always try us out for 30 days on that 25%. And if you decide within 30 days you want to upgrade to an annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 25% promo code, okay? And again, more information on my homepage. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. These are all free, and the education. So we have a very comprehensive user guide now. Click on the user guide, and we have sections now, but we also have the full table of contents that is searchable. But if you're starting out, this is what I would do. Oops. I would take the introductory lessons, all right? They're very quick, and just go over all the basic features, top lists, alert windows, the single stock window that you see here, introduction to the cloud. You hear me say all the time, save things to the cloud. our price alerts window, which is excellent, you know. Put a price alert right on a chart. So I would look at this first if you're new to Trade Ideas. And then the support sessions, again, Chris in the YouTube room every Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30. And then also between 12 and 1 when I do take a break. Another trader takes over in the YouTube room. Daily webinars, you can sign up for them all here. They'll resume in January sometime. And then back to basics, new to trading. Great little series. Michael Noss put it on. Okay, what starts off with what is a stock? And then last but not least, all the scans that I am sharing right here, okay? Including, these are the 4 that I use in the pre-market to kind of maybe set up the ones that could be interesting once the market opens. Gap up and gap down shared, and the pre-market actives up and down. You know, use these guys, especially this. I mean, this is really what it's all about. The pre-market actives up and down. We get so many questions saying, how come this didn't show up in my pre-market? I have no idea. All I know is that about 99.99% of the time, when somebody mentions a stock that didn't show up for them, if I show that it is showing up for me. So it must be some kind of a filter you're using. I have no idea. So I've been using these 4 for years now. Okay, guys, so now it's almost 2:40. So if you have any questions, a good time. I'm not really probably going to trade very much. So a good time to ask questions if you have any. Ha! Good. You're so funny. Are you still holding that thing? Oh, gosh. Yeah, it's pretty cold in Vancouver. Unseasonably cold, yes. Oh, I remember this. Remember this? The 2 Disney executives came on board. That was supposed to do it all for GNUS. Good. I'm glad you're not in still. What a just garbage. Give me a moment, guys. Just doing some cleaning up stuff on my other monitor. All right. How did the old pixie do after it turned into dust? 125, right back down to $1. Yeah, well, donut showed up in Zach's scan as a short. I mean, you could have gone both ways on it, but it showed up as a short early. All right. One last look. Okay, ISIG. One last look at the sectors. Let's see if there's anything interesting happening since the last time we looked. Probably not. Okay, little recovery in the energy sector. Last time we looked, I think about 80% of them were down for the day. Okay, now it's about 50-50. Tech is about the same. Financials drifted down just a little. I mean, I think it was 80%. Utilities, again, sort of the flight to dividend stock. Sometimes that's why you'll see these dividends or these stocks here. Let's see what else. Materials. Materials are pretty good. Communications, pretty good. So there's actually a bit of a divergence between communications and tech. A lot of times they'll kind of trade about the same, but not today. That'll learn you to try to help Vicky, real. And I know it's teach. Yeah, Sprouts Farms. Interesting. It's had a nice couple of months actually. Low 20 last month. So almost a 50% run from the low. Almost. From the low last month to where it is now for SFM. So, I mean, that'd be a nice swing. I don't know how you find it to swing it, but hey. You know, I would keep an eye on this one, this ENSC. I mean, it might hit Zach's 410 level, but I would keep an eye on this one for a late day flourish, taking out that 480 and 5, just because of what happened 2 days ago. That's the only reason. No other reason. There's no news. All right, guys. Again, just winding it down. Groupon, my goodness, I'm always amazed when I see Groupon. Okay, so they must have done a reverse split, right? There's no way this is a $24 stock, right? They did a reverse split at some point. Because there's no way this is, I don't think anyway, this is a $24 stock. Yeah, no, it isn't. Yeah, because this was way down in the dumpster, guys. I mean, it's only 2.9% above its all-time low, and there's no way that's the all-time low. All right, NGCA, you mentioned that one a long time ago. Let's take a look. Yeah, I mean, it's got to. I mean, there's that 10 level, of course, where most of the SPACs start. Maybe tomorrow it takes this out and starts to have a bit of a run, but it's interesting. It got below the $10 level though. All right, guys, you might want to take a look at RELI. RELI coming off the 6th level, and you can just sort of see what happened here. Now it's starting to bounce. However, no volume. Really, not that much volume. But if it ever gets going, I mean, you can tell on the 15, it's got room to the 690 level from 610. And I'm not saying it's going to get there, but thank you, John. Yeah, because I remember this being like way down. Remember the early days of getting Groupon coupons all the time. I don't know how many years ago that is, but all right, ISIG coming back. See Pop still alive? Well, there's no question. There's a ton of volume, obviously, today. No news that I can see. Yeah, give me a moment, guys. I'll be right back. That's all? It was also 1 for 2? Really? Yeah, I don't. It couldn't have been just a 1 for 2, right? Maybe a 1 for 12? Are you missing a digit or a 1 for 20? Or I mean, 1 for 2 is nothing. Actually, it's not dislike. It's I'm just amazed. I really don't dislike them. I'm just sort of amazed they're still around. Yeah, 1 for 20 makes sense. There you go. So you just forgot the zero. That's all. You mean who still uses eBay? Is that what you mean? Who the heck still uses eBay? That's it? Okay. Okay, this is from a YouTube. How do I remove that glassy background cover color at the end of the chart so the chart is all black? We only have two options. Well, I guess you have more now. But if you want to make the chart black, let me just get up a new chart. There are now new coloring options. I don't use them. I still like the white charts. But anyway, so properties, dark theme. Is that what you mean? You can have a dark theme if that's what you want. And if you don't want any of this, if you don't want any of this, these sort of shaded colors and all, if you just want it like that, then you have to go to properties and uncheck the show smart risk levels. So is that what you mean? See the color at the top right. You're not talking about here the border. You talking about the border? Top right, the color at the top right. I don't see the color at the top right that you're talking about. You know what? There's a slight delay in YouTube. I understand, right? Because I think I may have answered your question. Okay, I got it. Okay, great. Of course, you can do a lot more with colors now. I don't. You know, you can now do a lot more background colors, gradients, the whole bit. So you can kind of really customize your colors now of your charts if you want. I don't really, you know, I mean, for me, it's not that big a deal. I kind of like the white charts. I don't know why, but yeah, it's a 1 for 20 then. Yeah, just divide 5 cents into a dollar, okay? Into, so it's 1 for 20. Or 5 cents, 0.05 into a dollar. That gets you the 1 for 20. How to change the color of the price bars? Sure, I can show you that. New chart window. Okay, so this is how I've got my volume bars colored. If I right click and go to indicators, and go to volume, okay, here's how I can modify my colors. So I can have up colors, down colors. Okay, obviously in this particular one I don't have that, but you can set the top color, you can set the bottom color. You just have to, you know, play around with it. Oh, not the volume. Oh, I see. Let's see if that is even an option right now. Yep, up candle, down candle. Okay, so you have to have, I don't know what version of Trade Ideas you're using, but if you right click and then click on select background color, okay, and then we've got the up candle and down candle colors, and it's just a, you know, a palette. You can play around with that. That's for the up, and then for the down, again, it's just a palette. You just play around with it. You know, pick something that you know, you can always try it out and see what you like, see what you think. And I guess also you can the outline. I guess you can have an outline. Okay. Well, I mean, if you right click and click on, if you don't have something that says select background color, but if you right click and you've got something like right click on the chart, and if it says select background color, then this should pop up. Okay, great. Then you just play around with it. The metaverse. Guys, keep an eye on ENSC. Keep an eye on it. This could have a little thrust right. You know, it's got this look. There's no volume yet though. No volume yet. Get some volume. I'm not trying to go against Zach's short, but you know, just take a look at the volume. There's none. You know, look how it's dwindled ever since the big pop. Okay, guys. Okay, I just don't want to go against you, Zach. If you're still short, you know, I'm trying to convince people to take this trade. I'm just, you know, just keep an eye on it. Okay, guys. So I'm going to just put the announcement in. I am still here, but I'll be putting myself on mute. So on mute. Then again at 3:30 you can head over to YouTube if you want. I'll just put the YouTube link in. And Chris will be there. Cardinal. It sounds familiar. Is that yeah, that's that French Canadian yeah, I recognize her now. I didn't get into it. Yeah, no, I didn't. Never got into it. Gritty, intense crime drama, not for the faint of heart. Yeah, Karine Vanasse. Yes, I recognize the characters, but no, I never got into it. Because there's just so much. It's not that I didn't get into it. I never tried it. I should say like that. It's not that I even tried it. There's just so much to sample. I'm into the the Korean stuff now. Okay, I'll put it on my list. I don't have Hulu. Hulu is not available in Canada. I'd have to do a spoof. All right, guys, I'm putting myself on mute right now. So I'm hanging around. Again, I'll pop in if you have any questions. All right. So, Scott, you asked, it's not so much a strategy. It's just alerting you to stocks that have been, they're up for the day still and they've pulled back. It's not a strategy. It's just, again, it's like anything else, it's an idea. So, if you take a look at it and you like what you see, then you trade it. So, it's not so much it's just alerting you to stocks that have had they're up still for the day. I mean, if I take a look at it, this is what it's looking for. Oops. So the biggest pullback on winners, okay? So remember, not a strategy. It's just alerting you to stocks that were up for the day and now have pulled back a certain percentage in the last 30 minutes. A lot of people like to trade pullback plays. Okay, so that's all it is. And you have to look at it. You have to decide if it makes sense to you. So it's not a strategy, if that makes sense. Strategies are things that have been back tested, and I'm not sure what you're going to see here. I mean, today is but here's if you look at it. So always right click and then click on the summary. You'll see what it's looking for. So the stock still has to be up 3% from the open, but it has to be down in the last 30 minutes. Okay, so and then it's sorted on how much it's down. So this one, DNAY as an example, it's sorted on the stocks that are down the most in the last 30 minutes, but are still strong in theory. Okay, because they're up for the day. Okay? So it's not so you understand what I'm saying. This is not a strategy. It's just alerting you to stocks, and then you can take a look at them and you go, that looks interesting. Maybe if it takes out, VWE, okay, it had a big pop. Maybe if it takes out this level up here at 1160, breaks this, maybe that'll be interesting as a play. All right, Terry. So if you want to know anything, just click on the help, okay? If you right click configure and do a search, and then if you click on running, just give me a moment here. Click on running and running up now, and then click on the help, and it'll give you the full explanation, okay? Gives you the full explanation, okay? I mean, look, I'm not going to read it, but you can just go ahead and read it. So you want the definition of any of our alerts or filters, just go to an alert window, right click, configure, and then search. And type it in. And then just highlight it, and then click on help. Okay? Yeah, getting interesting, guys. ENSC. I know I'm supposed to be on mute, but this is getting really interesting. All right, Terry. So I don't know what you mean looking primary value like volume. Again, just all you have to do, I mean, you have to do a little bit of work on your own, but just do a search and you'll see every single volume filter we've got. including, I think this is what you mean, the volume today. I think that's what you mean, volume today in shares. I mean, I guess there's a short answer for you. Okay, but just type in the search. You can see all the volume we've got, but there it is, volume today. All right, guys, I'm just waiting for Chris to show up, and then I'll be shutting the room down. There he is. Okay, Chris, so you just started? Okay, I'll stop my stream right now, Chris.
Alright, so looked like my mic unplugged on me. I apologize. I was muted there for a moment. Um, so, anyways, yeah, 3:30 live Q&A session here. I don't come with any pre-done content. If you folks have questions, please ask them. I can't answer the questions that are not asked. I rely on you all to generate the content. Still real faint. Hold on, let me adjust here. Is that any better? Let me know if that's better. Because because I have my mic turned all the way up. Yep, I'm all the way up as far as I can go on the sound here. So again, it's a live open forum for you folks to all ask questions, kind of drive the content here. I will, go over some charts or anything of interest within the software or the markets. But like I said, I don't have anything pre-done. Yeah, it's always fun when you get those surprises like that. So again, ask away in that questions panel. I've got an email I'm going to answer in the meantime real fast here. And see, another interesting day from the market. Take a look at a SPY chart, put that up real fast. After, let's see, 4 or 5 days in a row we were up, I think, something like that. Today we take a little bit of a pause. We got a bit of a gap up and then just kind of some sideways action for most of the day afterwards. So for now, I would say Santa Claus rally still in effect. For those that don't know, Santa Claus rally doesn't officially start till after Christmas and usually runs for about a week or 7 days, something like that afterwards. I believe this year Santa Claus rally goes to the 5th, if I'm not mistaken. Something like that. It's kind of a big misconception that the Santa Claus rally is in December or all of December. Yeah, perfect circle is pretty normal stuff right now. I mean, the SPY volume, is half of what it normally is over the last 10 days, anyways. And, look at if we zoom in a little bit here, I'll zoom in on this chart. Oops. I mean, look at the volume here today. We're about to close, and here we are in volume. And look at we had this heavy increase here on those sell days when the whole world was ending and the market was crashing, and then magically it wasn't, and we had a whole bunch of buy volume back on the other side that took us back up, and now everybody's getting ready to ring in the new year with no volume in the market. I suspect it'll be like that until we'll probably see Tuesday of next week. We should see it really start to pick back up again. Does that scan pick up on OTC news? I'm not sure which scan you're referring to. I mean, the ones that I have here. Well, first off, we don't have any scanning that's done based on news, so I'll start there. We have a news tab in our single stock window. So, I mean, I don't know what it'll have. Basically it's a Google API of news. TSOI. But we have, we can scan the OTCs. I think one of the things that's so there's no news. Google is not returning any news on this stock right now, at least via our news tab. So I think one of the misconceptions that people has about trade ideas is that there's like a trade idea scanner when there's an infinite amount of trade idea scanners. There's literally no limit to combinations of scanners that can be built, and then you can point those scanners at the exchanges you want to look at. So if we come into a configure, window specific filters, sorry, in the exchanges, we can select what exchange we want to look at. So here are your two different OTC exchanges and your pink sheet exchanges as well. And so, we can create a momentum scanner based around those exchanges. We want to create, let's say, an alert window on it. Let's go new. We can go alert window. And then we can uncheck the other exchanges if we only want to look at the OTCs and the pinks, for example, or we could have all of them checked. I think people that are kind of scanning stocks that are in that price range with a scan, they're going to want to stick to just those exchanges, though, just not to have so many excuse me, so many different stocks coming through at once, kind of an overabundance of information in one shot. So, creating any kind of scan in this example, we'll create a momentum scanner for pink sheets and OTCs. All right, and we'll have to decide. It's an alert window, so we need an event. An event means a new high, a new low, a break of standard deviation up or down. Any one of these things here. These are our different alerts slash events. I wish we called them events instead of alerts, actually, but it is what it is. And so that means, the stock has to have had this event, this alert happen at the same time. What we call filters met at the same time. And filters, if we scroll down, they're going to have these dual sets of icons here for minimum and maximum values. And, filters being above or below a certain RSI, or position in range, or within a certain range. ATR, SMAs, different volume metrics that we can measure. So, we'll start with picking an alert to go with. And I've been working, and I really like this crossed above resistance alerts. And I go with a non-confirmed, because I want to see the alerts come through. I don't want volume blocking me. I want to put my own kind of volume metrics in there. So we'll add that alert to start with, and we'll put a check mark in that one. Get rid of the unused. So this is the alert, the event that has to happen. And then we can look at, there's going to be some filters that have values in them already. I'm going to delete those values from there. All right, and start on my own. And maybe we want to go some kind of 1 minute volume filter. So it's going to be taking 1 minute time frame over 10 days and breaking it down to what that average of 1 minute time volume would be over that 10 days. So I'll put like a 300 in the one here, and that 300 as a percent means that the stock is doing 3 times what its normal 1 minute volume is over that period of time. I'm not going to put a price value in here since we're looking at OTCs and pinks. We've kind of really narrowed down what we're looking at anyways. So for now, we'll leave it no price or anything on there. Maybe we want to see some solid relative volume as well, aside from that 1 minute volume that's in there. So we could put a 3. This is done in a ratio, so a 3 here will mean 3 times what its normal average volume given a daily time frame over 10 days is. What else could we add in here? We're searching pink sheets. We kind of just start there. Maybe in the window specific filter we want to see something that's traded at least, let's say, 100,000 shares on the day anyways. We want to see something that's alerted 10,000 shares on the day, that it's not a liquid stock. It's not something we're going to be able to get in or out or get a fill on well, or at a price we're going to like anyways. So essentially this is all we're looking for in the scan. We're going to be breaking resistance. There's an algorithm in here that's going to kind of have a look back period. I'm not giving it a specific look back period on it. It's just going to find where the price has been crossing a bunch over X amount of time and determine that that's kind of support or resistance. So we can do percent gains in different time frames, but nothing to do with news as far as filtering goes. We can put change. So we can do a change in 1 minute all the way up to 120 minutes on percents or dollars. We could filter by any of that. I'm going to skip that for now and just kind of see what the results that we get from this window now with just looking at volume metrics and breaking resistance. And we'll just take a look at what that's going to look like here. And so let's bring that over. And history, let's run today. And we're getting nothing today. Interesting. So I wonder if that's the alert that's not going to work there. And I'm going to add a new high alert for the day just to see what that gives us. Because I have to suspect those filters are most certainly met. Yeah, so those filters are most certainly met. Yeah, Bill, I'll circle to that. Give me one moment here and I'll circle to that for you. That's going to pertain to topless, I believe is what you're looking for there. History, let's look at today's history. So pretty good amount of alerts coming through on that. But nothing overly crazy, I would say, either. Get rid of that. So you're looking at a sub-penny stock here with some of these things. So, but these are very liquid, most of these here anyways. So continue just kind of scoop around some of these here. So it's, I guess maybe on a 1 minute chart it might look a little different, but it's hard when, you're looking at things that have moved, less than a penny. Not going to really show a whole lot for you. So anyways, that's, what I would do. That's one of the things that we could do on a momentum scanner. We could do this too, configure. We can come right back in here and come back in the window specific filter, and we get rid of volume metrics if we wanted, and we go with change. So change, and we go with, let's say, a 1 minute percent, and we could add that filter, or excuse me, change in 1 minute. We could add that filter and look at stocks, and maybe they've ran up a whole percent in 1 minute, and 1% on sub penny stocks is actually a sizable move. We could go back and look at the history again. We create multiple scans, doing the same thing and run them side by side to get a look at what we're doing here. What's coming through each one. Some of the scans might have some similar items. Some might have some more interesting items. And again, the idea behind the software, trade ideas, we're idea generation. So it's a pretty good amount of alerts coming through. I wouldn't say it's a crazy amount either. When you've got, you got an alert window that gave you 2,000 alerts in a day. There's no human being on this planet that can go through 2,000 alerts at that kind of speed. It's not physically possible. That's all, So that's why I personally like with any alert window when I'm scanning, for it to be coming at what I would consider a reasonable pace, and reasonable to me might not be reasonable to someone else, but I think, we can all agree that having, 15 alerts a second is not reasonable for a human being's eye and mind to process. So, I'll go ahead and share this. I don't think it's anything, I don't know if there's anything special to this here, but I'll just put it out there if someone wants it. They're more than welcome to it. OTC, high a day. Save and share that, and just anything that I ever share in here with anybody, please save them. If you want to keep it, please save it to your cloud, because I go through and empty out my cloud once in a while, because making so many scans for different people at different times equals my cloud getting beyond jumbled up when I'm trying to find stuff. So like today I went through and I probably deleted 100 scans out of my cloud that I just have no use for. They don't pertain to anything for me. So all right, now back to, so Bill has a question on server sort. What the difference between two options given, choose, right click. All right, so on top list, there's three different sorts. So that's an alert window. So there's three different sorts for top list. All right, if we come into configure and we come to sort, that's going to be your server sort. So let's just pretend that the scan could return to yeah, you're welcome, underdog. The scan could return to 500 different stocks meet the scan's criteria, but the scan can only hold 100 stocks at a time. The server sort is going to decide what 100 of those 500 stocks come into you. So if you're on change from close, for example, the largest change from close stocks moving up, because that's what we have biggest on top here, or we could do smallest on top, those are what's going to get returned to you first. Everything else will get left off that list. So you can choose from the list that's already there in the sort, or you can come to search and you can search for what you want to sort from. So for example, you want to sort on RSI, all right, or if you want to sort on an SMA, or if you want to sort on a change in whatever time period. These are the things you could sort from, and you can go and you can sort by. All right, and again, do you want it from the biggest winners on top or the smallest winners on top? All right, that's number one. Then you have the display sort. The display sort is, you can see, let me pop this out. This will be a little better if I pop it out. Duplicate into free floating window. You see how change from close percent is indented here, all right? So now that's my display sort. So I'm sorting from the server first to tell me I want those stocks with the highest change from close to be populated first, regardless of what I'm scanning for. Change from close is what I'm sorting from the server on. Then my display sort is on this here too by double clicking that. And I can change that here by going ahead and double clicking change from open. And I can also make it so the biggest change from open is at the top, or the smallest change from open, with the biggest losers are on the top, all right? And the same goes here with the change from close, all right? Or any one of these metrics that I double click, and I can, continuously double click to have it rearrange that order from either smallest on top or largest on top. Third sort on a top list is your color sort. And we go to properties, and we go to select colors, all right? We can see right now my color sort is on change from close. All right, now we can see how we have a nice even gradient here going from biggest change from close to up, from biggest change to close down. If I all of a sudden click, let's say, average daily volume 5 days, well, that didn't do what I wanted it to do, of course. Sorry, I'm trying to get this so it's not an even number here, or an even, there we go. So now you see how this is all, not evenly color schemed anymore. Now you've got, a real dark one here, but a brighter one above, and then there's a darker one here with other lighter ones in between it. All right, that's because the color sort is now looking at position in 20-day range dollar value, essentially. So those are your three ways that a top list gets sorted. So hopefully that makes some sense here for you there, Bill, or anybody else watching. And I'll go ahead and close that. So, and again, open forum here, so if anybody has questions, please fire them away at me. Yes, your reading material for that is if you come to the menu bar here and you go to help and you go to channel definitions or channel descriptions, you get a description in there. The second thing that you can do if you really want to dive into some stuff on the scans is if you go into any of the channels. Let me get a channel bar here. All right, if we dive into any of the channels, for example, Alpha Predator, all right, we can right click any of the scans that are in here, and we can go to configure, and we can go to summary, and it'll give us a description of what these are doing. And you just hover your mouse over the icon to, to know what this is. So it's, stocks where the price is this. Stocks, this is volume today, so where the volume is at least 100,000 shares. I believe this is a 5-minute volume. So stocks where the volume in the last 5 minutes is 250% of normal, so on and so forth. So you can get a breakdown of each individual scan within there. And the channel descriptions is going to, give you an overall synopsis of what the channel is. When you right click on a column heading, it gives 2 choices for server sort. Is there a difference? So I'm right click and give 2 choices for server sort. I don't see 2 choices for server sort. Well, all right. So you can use all right, so it's giving me a choice based on the 5-minute that I clicked on that actual column, or what the actual server sort selected already is. That's what we'd be looking at here, Bill. So for example, on this scan, if we go to configure, we go to sort, all right? That's what it's looking at, because the scan was already looking at that anyways. In here, we can make sure that we're server sorting from there, that the color sorting's coming from there. And we can do it by ascending or descending, all right? So what I would say is this is just a shortcut to do essentially what I was showing you on a breakdown of those sorts. Which trader plays the most bounce plays and reversals? Andy. But Andy does it more on daily time frames, and he likes to see a nice base happening. He's never looking for a V move. He's always looking for kind of more a rounded bottom move. So let me get rid of this here. And hopefully that made sense for you there, Bill and Sunil. So, but I'm still confused. The 2 options given for server cert achieve the same exact result or no? No. Well, all right. One is looking for a sort from, well, because I'm in a docked window. Well, It's just, look, if I right click on price, I can sort on price. If I right click on volume shares today, I can right click, sort on that. That's all. It's just giving you the option to sort it on the column you're clicking on, Bill. That's all. So if you click on the column you're already sorting on, yes, it's just going to leave it as the column you're sorting on. It's going to give you the option you're already using anyways. Alright, sorry, I was just looking at a couple of emails here. Yang. Let's take a look at Yang. Yeah, got some room. Caught these moving averages. Nice little hook move off that 8 EMA. Thing gaps all over the place though. Chinese bear. Yeah, it's a leverage fund. Things that I stay right away from. Anything leveraged. But that's going to coincide with this here. I'm going to guess K-Web isn't looking too healthy again today. So yeah, that's essentially playing this short right here. It's going to be an inverse to that, or even maybe just the FXI. But yeah, anything 3x, anything 2x for me is a no-no. It is against my written trading rules. I'll click around a few of these here. Yeah, I mean, there's the choices here. Well, these two choices, one is by ascending and one is by descending. All right, so that's the difference there. And then up on here, it's essentially asking you if you want to sort on this column instead of sorting on the column we're already sorting on. So like if I right click and I go, sort on volume today, it's going to bring me here to change that here. Where if I right click and I go use server sort, all right, it's using the sort that I already want. So, alright, click around a couple of those ETFs here. And again, if people have questions, fire them away for me. I don't have any pre-done content or anything like that as per usual. So anyways, lit. Gave up a whole bunch of what its gains were for the year. Took from beginning of October until just before December here, made a nice move up and gave back all of that in less than a month. So 2 months of gains gone in a month, essentially. We'll see what that holds for the new year. Is this a big base forming, or is this getting ready to just cross right down underneath that? Time will tell. Utilities. Utilities look strong still. Defensive play, and large cap stocks are well outperforming small cap stocks. Your utilities are mostly going to be your larger cap players. So they look about as healthy as anything looks right now. Materials, same thing here, looking real good. And hindsight going back, that was not how I wanted to draw that at all. And that's looking just about to be perfect right there. And we can even stick that right there, call a cup and handle. We'll see if that can continue up now. It's a lot of up days in a row, so maybe some consolidation before we get it pushed back up again for materials. Airlines continue to struggle. And having a couple of days of consolidation, so we'll see if they can make a trend change here. Perhaps this was the end of the pain for them here. We'll have to see. I mean, it's just the start of a new lower range, because we were range bound here for a while. All right, then we created a new lower range here. So is this a new lower range down here too, or we've bottomed out? Time will tell. I think a lot of that's going to have to do with what people are allowed to do, or restrictions and regulations. Yeah, I know. It's been a rough one for the biotechs. I mean, XBI just nothing looks healthy there, unfortunately. I mean, had a great run up out of 2020 into 2021. Great run up. And it didn't seem out of the realm that it kind of did this afterwards, but you would have thought maybe we held that, and no. It went below that level again, that real big breakout level, and that was it. Could never get back above this again. Had this long range, and now it's broken down out of that range, and now it's got a lower range for sure. We've well established that, and it looks like it's breaking back to the low of that range again. And I'm sure the IBB looks no more healthy. Yeah, another down day for the IBB here. I mean, the IBB does look better than that does, but not by a lot. I mean, the XBI, it made this big run up and then a big run down and never got back out of this run down. At least this came into a range here off this big run up, broke out of that range for quite a while actually, and stayed above it before dropping back down into this range again. So this one just kind of more range bound, that's all. And again, if there's software questions, please ask those questions. I cannot answer questions that are not asked. As the saying goes. I don't know, I mean, what else do we cover in here? Banks. Banks have been a holding pattern here for a little bit. We had a nice run up at the beginning of the year. Found more or less a range that they kind of hung out in. Popped out of that range, popped back down into that range. Yeah, I'd say what is it? Let's Go Fishing, Revenue Fishing. Those are some ones that he uses big for sure for that. I'm pretty sure those are in the Traders Vault. Those are the two off the top of my head that I could think of immediately. Dawn of the Dead, that's another one. Pretty sure that's in the Traders Vault too. Load some of these up here. So this is one that I know he likes to use. So we're looking at, let's take a look at the configure of the scan. So we're looking at stocks least above $3, doing their normal 5-minute volume, average daily volume 300,000. We've got an EPS filter to keep us away from the ETFs. It cannot be higher than 10% from its lifetime low, essentially. So if we click on this here, show me stocks where the price is below the low of this range, show me stocks where it's at the low of this range, show me where it's no more than 10% above the low of its lifetime high, or lifetime low. But they're within 10% of their 5-day high also. So it's stuff that's beaten up over a lifetime, but up over the last couple of days anyways. So, we click through a few of these here. So, this is something that's interesting. We look like maybe we based out here. We're on a bit of an uptrend. Maybe some room up to here. All right. Same thing. We look like we've got a nice established base down here now. And we're moving off of that. I don't know that there's exactly a lot of room here at this point to move up on. But, this is the idea behind the scan. These are the idea generations behind it, going through these and seeing what interests us. Check the Traders Vault for these, though, I'm pretty sure. So again, same idea. Have we based out here and now we can make a move up? Oops, sorry, that's Excel. That's the wrong scan. You don't see it? It might not be in there. Here, I'll share it with you. It's very possible it's not in there. So for you and anybody else here that has trade ideas and would like that scan, there's Dawn of the Dead. And then you say revenue growth fishing is in there, right? So here's just the regular go fishing. So they're both go-to scans for Andy. CRK, what's that doing? Interesting. It's an interesting one. Again, are we basing or is it, just in a new range to head down though? That's the dangerous game you play with these kinds of stocks. Anyways, nevertheless, a few interesting ideas in there. LFC. Nah. Whenever I see anything that gaps around like that, it's an immediate no for me. Too much of this stuff going on. Also, look at this, just a weird trader in general. So, anyways, I put that in the chat for anybody that wants it. From there, do what you will. Alright, so while the SPY finished slightly down, did it? I didn't notice. SPY finished flat. Alright. RSP, same thing. Sitting right there at all-time highs. And you gotta wonder, are we establishing a new range up here, and this becomes the whoopsie down here now, from the range that was here, and that was the whoopsie outside of it to the upside. I think it's safe to say we've established a new range up here, a new high, versus this range that was here. So it was a pretty good solid march here from last year into this year. All right, and we went range bound for about 8 months there, give or take. And now we've been range bound a touch higher for 1, 2, 3 months here, give or take. It's, I think, a pretty accurate snapshot of the market and what has gone on. I think we do the same thing with the MDY. Not as much, to be honest, actually. This one's struggling a little bit more. This first off was range bound even longer after that move up. It's closer to 10 months range bound. And this popped up and popped down and popped back up again. So I'd say we're not quite established with a higher range yet. We're not out of the woods for this range to be over down here. All the same, strong looking market overall. So again, if you guys got questions, fire away, please. Take a look at my traditional evening scan here. Load that up. I'm just going to change the going to up the price range on this a little bit. So not a whole lot coming through it today. There's a lot coming through it last night, but in all honesty, I didn't really care for most of the charts that were coming through it last night. They kind of seemed extended to me. Let's up that by $40 instead of $30. It didn't really add anything. Well, take a quick stroll through these charts. And might be interesting. Look at this, and we've got an established base up here off this level. We're running into this resistance up here pretty heavily. Not interesting enough for me. RE. And this is what I do my early mornings and evenings as I go through scans, mostly this one, other ones similar to it, and try to find myself some interesting setups going into the next day. Now this REE looks very interesting. All those up days in a row, but going to coincide with that. The next move up to there. We look like we've got a nice long established base that we peeled off of now. Might be something that we can work out of. Not going to put it on my list all the same. Not crazy about the resistance above it and the declining volume now. This volume bar and this volume bar were a bit larger. I'd be a little more interested in it. Mike C, what's up? How are you? TWI, it's interesting, but extended for me now on this chart here. But again, looks like it put this nice basin down here, breaking that resistance there. Well, hopefully you're staying warm wherever you are there, big guy. Winding down the year and all those things like that. So this one I've been watching for a long time, and again, it's becoming a little extended for me here at this point, but put this long basin here and a nice move off of that level there. So now I'm just not finding anything that I'm crazy about idea generation wise through some of these the scan here. And again, not to beat a dead horse, but if you guys have questions on the platform itself, you want something demonstrated, you want to go over something, please fire it away for me here. Fire those questions into the questions panel. United Community Banks. A little more interesting. Put this nice move in here and call that a cup and handle. That one I'm going to go ahead and like. DSP, nope, nothing that I like about that one. Unit. That one's interesting. A lot of up days in a row. I'm gonna put it on my liked list. It's not something I would be jumping in tomorrow, but if we could get a new established kind of base up here for a day or two, it might be worth watching. Ah, yeah, we just keep bouncing back and forth between normal and warm. Can trade ideas show dragonfly? No. Well, let me rephrase that. We don't have pattern recognition in general. What little pattern recognition we have, this is going to be it. I'll show you. Eventually we'll get there. So these scans right here, these alerts, all right, that's all we're going to have on traditional pattern recognition, all right? Now, I don't know what Dragonfly Doji means. It may be possible to create it using different filters and a combination of those filters. So I can't give you a hard yes or no, but it's not something you're going to just type right in and get alerts or, you know, stocks returning those results to you. There are outside the box ways to do things. My one example that I've now beat beyond a death is bull flag. So we don't have a bull flag pattern recognition, but Andy, who works here, created a scanner for bull flag setups using position and range filters on daily charts here. And so, you know, we can go through a few of these, and it's not perfect, but it certainly returns some actionable ideas. We can see why this was returned as a bull flag. This one here, same thing. You know, you get this move up here. Now we're flagging. All right. And so it's not done with pattern recognition. What Andy did was he went to configure, and he used these set of filters and gave him these values. Seeing stocks that are up from the previous day's close, gave it a certain price range to look at. Got to be above the previous day a certain amount in its position and range of that day. Certain range within 5 days that it's working on as a percent. So on and so forth there, Bill. So, is it possible? Maybe. I can't say for sure, but it would take a little trial and error to get it that way. We can go through a few of these here, so we see what this is looking at here. And it's got this move up. Looking at that there. There may be, Bill, but we can't vouch for anybody. Nobody third party we're going to vouch for. We can, to the best of our ability, we can attempt to help with something. If someone has something they're looking for, the more fancy you're trying to get, obviously the more difficult it's going to be. Like, we do not build and back test and optimize scans for people. If that was something that was so easy to do, we would have optimized back tested scans all for ourselves. It's not the style of trading that any of us do, number one. But, you can inquire if you trust someone enough to try to do it. When someone asks for certain kinds of scans based on certain charting patterns, the more difficult it is, it's going to be what it returns. Right. No, I'm familiar with that. We don't have programmers, that work for us like that, unfortunately. We're TradingView I think is a pretty huge company, and we are a pretty small company. But so, Bill, I mean, if you have something specific you want to see built, this is the best I can offer you from our end of things. Email us here, info@trade. So email us at info@trade-ideas.com. Give us, a screenshot, some kind, maybe a couple of examples of what you're looking for, and we'll see what we could put together for you. We put together templates for people all the time. So, depending, when people are looking for like, ABC pattern on a 1 minute chart or something like that, no, that's not going to happen. But looking for things, reasonable things on daily charts. I know reasonable is kind of a subjective term, but we can work with you, try to get you something, at least a template for you to work off of, and then refine yourself. And PPL, I feel like I've seen this a few times today for some reason. So, and again, what we're seeing here, like I said, this isn't going to catch them all perfect, but, it's looking at this idea that's in here for PPL and looking for that bull flag. So, definitely some outside the box ways we can do things. Unit. I was caught up in that. Yeah, I put it on the like list. So yeah, I'd like to see it consolidate, and if it can kind of break through this area right here after a day or two of consolidation, might give for a decent risk reward entry here. OHI. Oil. Oh, that's OIH, sorry. Mega Healthcare. I don't know. Maybe it's bottomed out here. Going to struggle through this area and then struggle through this area. So, and in 4 days it could be up here for all I know. Nah, not enough reward for that risk to me. And why do I say that? I look at this here, that range that it was stuck in, and then it just really collapsed out of that range. And as soon as I tried to get up out of that range, it just collapsed again. So, you've got just non-stop lower highs. And so, I wonder, is this one more lower high on the way down to no man's land? Same thing here. I'm not opposed to taking things that have pulled back, but this isn't a pullback to me. This is just a downward trend, and a strong downward trend as far as, things go. And again, there are plenty of stocks that reverse off these trends and then make a nice move afterwards. But that's just not my style of trading and not the kind of setups that I'm looking for. Just again, not really returning me anything I'm crazy about today. Interesting, couple of bank stocks in here. I always take note when I see a theme, same type of stocks coming through the scan. And again, what will I note here? The pattern that I like over and over again. Cup, handle. Let's see, 16 bucks back here, 18 there. Stock can do a little bit of moving here. A lot of resistance in this area, though. That's the concern now. But we had a base here, and we built a higher high off of that too. So, no, not gonna cut the mustard for today though. So, all right, we're at just about the 4:30 mark here. A minute and a few seconds before 4:30, and I'm done for the day. So, thanks for everybody for popping in, for the engagements, the questions, the comments. I always appreciate it. Uh, more questions equals more learning. So keep coming back. Anybody that has questions, and hopefully we can answer those for you. And again, Bill, if you're still hanging there on that Dragonfly Doji, throw us an email. You know, with a couple of chart examples that you're looking for, and we'll see if we can put something together for you as far as a template goes. You don't have to pay us anything extra for it. It's part of our job to create templates and things like that. Maybe we come up with something great. Maybe something mediocre. I don't know, and we can build off of it from there for you, though. That's for sure. We won't know unless we try. I do this every day at 3:30 Eastern on market days, anyways. We get a full week this week, so no holiday. No holiday off this Friday like we were last Friday for Christmas observed. And Barry will open the stream tomorrow morning, 9 a.m. He gets on the mic a couple of minutes after. I think he still gets on the mic about 9:05. And he'll take it till about 3:30 when I take it over at that time. So, all right, thanks everybody. Appreciate you popping in. I will go ahead and shut us out for the evening, and hope to see you all and more back here tomorrow at 3:30 Eastern.